Honorable members, let's pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled. Grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberations in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Honorable members, I must actually congratulate you this morning. It's very unlike a Wednesday morning to have a quorum in one go. I mean Thursday, more used to Wednesday mornings. And more seriously, that by the time we are getting to the chamber, we already have 54 requests. I'm not so sure which one, and 8 interventions. 8 interventions. Now, I do not know which is what is out of order at this point in time, but as soon as we take off, I will be interested in knowing what it is. So let's start our business.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Under this particular order, we have the leader of majority tabling papers.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, May the 6th, 2021, on morning sitting. The reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2020, and the certificates therein. Number 1, the National Assembly. 2, Parliamentary Service Commission. Number 3, Parliamentary Mortgage Loan Scheme Fund. Number 4, the Parliamentary Car Loan Scheme Fund. Number 5, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Number 6, the State Department for Trade and Enterprise Development. Number 7, the Commission on Administrative Justice. Number 8, the Kenya Slum Upgrading Low-Cost Housing and Infrastructure Trust Fund, KENSAP, State Department for Housing and Urban Development. Number 9, Provident Fund of the National Treasury. Number 10, the Railway Development Levy Fund, Operations Account for State Department for Transport. And lastly, the Ministry of Defense. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. So we go to the next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Do we still have? Who is? Oh yes, is that the Chair of Finance? What happened? I have not seen anything from your end, but you have papers to lay. Proceed. I thought you probably got too mixed up with what was happening yesterday.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, May 6, 2021. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 48 of 2019, and the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2020. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I hope I have not gone to the bottom of the queue. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hope I have not gone to the bottom of the queue.
Which but no, I have not typed anything that direction. What I was talking about when I said it got mixed up on something of yesterday is the photo session that was disrupted by the rain. So I was saying probably you needed to really bring yourself back to, you know. So what is your point of order, Honorable Gikaria?
It's not me who has put this.
I don't know. I have no idea because I have not. It must be the system. Let me see. I'll see where you are, but I had not seen you anyway.
Now, the number that I am on the
Which number were you in? No. Let's. So there are no guessworks here. So even if you play number 9 in football, that doesn't mean the card comes in number 9 when you come here. So we will see where you are. I'm sure we'll be able to trace. We'll be able to trace. But I think no, it's not possible. Okay, so you call that particular order, and then we'll give the majority leader.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Majority leader, you can give the notice.
Both are procedural. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 97-1, and notwithstanding the resolution of the House on March 23, 2021, on the limitation of debate on bills under Article 257 of the Constitution, this House orders that the speaking time for each member be reduced from 15 minutes to 7 minutes.
Then the honorable order members, order members,
That's just notice.
order members, order members.
Notice.
Order. The notice has been given. It will be at the right time. It will be brought forth. You will make your decision. You will make your decision. So let's proceed. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Now, on order members, order. Now, on this particular order, we have both questions and requests for statements. So let's start with the ordinary questions. The member for Mumias East, Honorable Asiali. Order members, proceed. Honorable Asiali. Order, Honorable. Order. Honorable Ngeno. Take your seat. At this point in time, a notice has been given. The people who will make the decisions are yourselves. So why do you expect me to make a decision on something that you are supposed to do? I'm not ruling on that particular. Let's proceed. What is it, Leader of Majority? Honorable Dwale.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, I have lived in this house with the Honorable Kimunya, starting with the 10th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, it has never happened. And let us not change the rules of the game midway. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kimunya had his 1 hour to move this bill. And Mr. Speaker, when the substantive speaker was on the chair, Honorable Owen Bayer raised to reduce from 15 to 10 minutes. And the speaker ruled him out. The speaker said that you should have done this when the motion was being moved. Mr. Speaker, this is an abuse to the legislative process. Mr. Speaker, we came here. Some members were here. Why should somebody have 1 hour, another person have 30 minutes, when some people have 15 minutes, and now you are telling us we'll have 7 minutes? Okay. Mr. Speaker, we will not agree to that. I will not agree to that.
Now, I think you must have been speaking, you are speaking on behalf of the team that is opposed to it. Now, just listen. Just listen, I've given you the time. Honorable Dwale, I cannot give you the time to speak. And then when I'm now trying to tell you what is happening here, you have a problem with it. Then you'll actually be abusing the position which I've given you. So this is the issue. We have 63 members and 63 requests. Now, I'm not in any way canvassing for anybody. I am not canvassing for anybody. I am giving you the position as it is. Once we start the process of giving members an opportunity to contribute, I will ask members not to come to where I am here. The reason being, many of you members come here requesting that you really want to speak. So it is, we will follow the queue as is when that opportunity comes. But Honorable Leader of Majority has given the notice and is going to canvass it. So let's proceed. We are now doing question time. So the Honorable Washiali, is he absent? Oh, okay. Honorable Washiali requested for a deferment. Honorable Ososi did the same. So we now will be asking the member for Uriri, Honorable Mark Nyamita. Honorable Mark Nyamita. Honorable member for the Rakanidi, Honorable Beatrice Nyaga. Honorable Nyaga. Order members. Now I see Honorable Beatrice in the house. She is not interested in asking the question. Order members. Then we go to the request, Honorable Beatrice Nyaga. Huh? But I see Honorable Beatrice Nyaga. Why are you not asking your question? Proceed and ask your question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is number 152 of 2021, and it is directed to the chairperson of the Teacher Service Commission. 1. What is the status of processing and payment of pensions for one Elipas Nyaga Mtwaribu of Teacher Service Commission number 167271, pension number APN/PC 97785, who retired from service in 1998. 2. Could the Commission undertake to fast-track the processing and payment of the said pension and give a timeline for the payment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Take your seat. You cannot come and canvass here. You have an opportunity to sit there. No. Yeah. We don't people. No. Please, just take your seat. Just take your seat. Honorable members, we will proceed with business and no member will be allowed to come here. So let's proceed. Let us have statements. Let us have statements, request for statements by the Honorable Kingangi. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44(2)(c), I seek to request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration of National Security regarding the recent evictions of residents of Dunguni Center in Makema Ward of Bere South constituency. Honorable Speaker, on 23rd and 24th of April 2021, a contingent of police officers brutally evicted and displaced over 800 households in Dunguni and demolished their residences, forcing them to camp as IDPs at the Dunguni Primary School. Further, 9 journalists covering the eviction, as well as 13 residents and the area member of parliament, were brutally beaten, arrested, and detained in a police cell under trumped-up charges. That also led to the confiscation of journalists' phones and media equipment. Honorable Speaker, it is on account of these urgent concerns that I seek a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the following. Under what circumstances led to the inhumane and extremely brutal evictions of residents and demolition of houses at Dunguni Center? What urgent measures is the government undertaking in addressing ongoing humanitarian crisis at Dunguni Primary School, exemplified by the massive congestion, devoid of sanitation and water, COVID-19 masks, food, and other basic needs, particularly in the consideration that the schools are scheduled to reopen on 10th of May 2021. In light of the fact that these residents and the rightful owners of the land near Masinga Dam in Kiambere, where they live and farm despite claims of the contrary by Tana and other River Development Authority, within what timeline shall the government resettle the IDPs, resolve the land ownership dispute, and issue due compensation to the residents of for these colossal losses? On what basis were the journalists, residents, and the area MP harassed, beaten, and arrested? And does the government intend to pursue the false trumped-up charges against them? Mr. Speaker, allow me to add one comment. I'm a KDF veteran, and there are several veterans in this house. And brutalizing and beating up a retired military officer, whether serving or not serving, it is against military ethics and traditions. It cannot be, we cannot have a country where people who serve with honor this country, all my life I have served this country with distinction, if I may say so, and yet I'm humiliated and beaten up like a common criminal. It is a shame, and I want to say this, for all to hear. I have received a lot of calls from military officers. Some retired, some are still serving. They are wondering what is going on with this country. The monster that they are creating will come back to bite them, and it always does. This week, Mr. Speaker, was the World Press Freedom Day, sometimes this week. And none other than the Speaker exemplified the provisions of our Constitution to the freedom of the press. And yet, journalists are bundled up, they are beaten up, and locked in for no reason. Their equipment are destroyed, and then they are taken to court. This must stop. I have an IDP camp in a primary school, and the schools are opening. This government must tell us what provisions they are making to resettle the IDPs, to put them back in their homes, and to compensate them for the losses they have incurred. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So we'll go to the next request by Honorable Walter Owino. Walter Owino. Sorry. Walter Owino. We are trying, I'm trying not to give you using this slot because then you will lose out on the probability of you speaking in the order that you had placed. So just have it there and then.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a request for statement regarding the abduction of Mr. Joseph Omolo, also known as Rashid Yusuf, in Migori County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44.2c, I seek to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security regarding the abduction of Mr. Joseph Omolo, also known as Rashid Yusuf. All his identification documents also disappeared. He was abducted at Kokuro Junction in Awendo constituency, Migori County. Honorable Speaker, on 6th March 2021 at around 8 p.m., Mr. Joseph Ochieng, alias Rashid Yusuf, was abducted by unknown persons at Kokuro Junction in Awendo constituency, who posed in as customers in his wines and spirits shop before accosting him and bundled him in a waiting car. They fired in the air to scare away the onlookers before speeding off towards Ranen area on the main Migori-Kisii-Nairobi road. The matter was reported to Ranen Police Post via OB number 07063-2021 and 3906-2021. It is now over 2 months since the abduction occurred, and the whereabouts of Rashid Ochieng remains unknown. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the following. Number one, could the chairperson explain the status of the investigations into the abduction and disappearance of Mr. Joseph Ochieng Omolo, alias Rashid Yusuf, at Kokuro Junction in Awendo constituency, Migori County, on 6th March 2021? Number two, what steps is the government taking to enhance security in Awendo constituency and further investigate, arrest, prosecute, and the perpetrators responsible for the abduction of the said person? Question number three, what measures has the relevant ministry put in place to ensure that the affected family is duly compensated for the abduction of Mr. Joseph Ochieng, alias Rashid Yusuf? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. And we then go to the next order.
Order number 8, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 22.
I actually thought there was a procedural motion. We have two motions. The one I think we should be prosecuting first is the one to increase the time. Let's start with the procedural one.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move the following procedural motion, that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 30, subsection 3, subsection A, this House resolves to extend its morning sitting of Thursday, May the 6th, 2021, until 2 p.m. today. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I've had consultations from lots of members, and members even went to see the Speaker as early as 8 in the morning. Because since last week, most members have been sitting here until the last day, and I've been here, so I know. I can almost tell the people who have been here. And towards the end, they find they cannot speak. When they come the next morning, they then queue again as number 6 or number 7, and they can't speak. Right now, with 666 members, we are trying to do everything possible to create time for members to contribute, knowing that we can do with flexi time. you can have your lunch at 2, at 12, and come back so that between now and the 2 o'clock, yeah? Stopping at 1 o'clock is purely for convenience of members to go and have lunch. But you can take your break anytime. I'm trying to accommodate as many members as possible based on your requests. And if you approve this, then that means we will have an extra 1 hour, which will accommodate a few more members to make their contributions and put their voice on record for the future. So again, this is one of the measures. I'll be coming to the next one after we've done this one. Again, I really don't want to explain much on this one because I don't want to speak a lot and take more time when we should be contributing. So I beg to move and ask the Honorable Leader of Minority Party 2 seconds.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, so that I don't spend time for members who want to contribute to this motion, I second this motion.
And so I propose a question which is at the morning sitting of this morning session of the 6th May 2021 be extended to 2 p.m. Honorable members, I put the question. Honorable members, sometimes I think Honorable Dwale, what is it that you want to contribute on this one? You have...
Mr. Speaker, it is not also in order. Mr. Speaker, this bill, you can make noise, but I'll have my say, because I represent the people of Garissa Township. Mr. Speaker, this is a guest house. This bill, when it was being moved, it has no timeline. And Mr. Speaker, the substantive speaker made a ruling on what every member from the mover to the seconder to each member should have. Mr. Speaker, I have been sitting here the last 3 days, and I don't mind, because this is where I do business. This is where I feed my children. This is how I pay my electricity bill. I will sit here, Mr. Speaker, until my time will come. Mr. Speaker, I want you to be very, very candid to the House. Let us not treat this House like the animal farm. There are some who have more chances than the other. The standing orders, I am on a point of order, unless you don't know. Mr. Speaker, the standing orders are very clear. There are times given to the leadership, there are times given to committee chairs, and there are times given in every motion to respective members. Speaker, we don't mind extending to 2 o'clock. What is wrong, Mr. Speaker? The Speaker said each and every member of the 349 members will speak. Even if you extend to 2 o'clock, I can say without any fear of contradiction, there are more than 150 members who have not spoken. And calculate, there are more than 150 members who have not spoken. Why do you deny them a chance to contribute to a very important constitutional moment?
Okay.
To a constitutional.
Okay.
So, Speaker, I really want to ask you that you must rise to the occasion. You must rise to the occasion, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Nyeri Town, and that will be it, and then I'll put the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was raising on a point of order for what Honorable Dwale was saying. We are looking at a procedural motion, whether we are actually going to extend time to 2 o'clock. I wanted to suggest, Mr. Speaker, as a House, we just need to make that decision. You ask the question, we say yes or no, and then we move on. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, so honorable members, I think that is the position. The procedural motion has been moved. It has been seconded. I have proposed. You have asked that on public demand, you want us to put the question. And you will make the decision, honorable members. You will make the decision, one way or the other. I have no issue whether, in fact, well, I have no reason. I mean, whatever decision you make, we'll be happy with it. So then I put the question, which is that the morning session of today, 6th May 2021, be extended to 2 o'clock. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. That's a decision made by the majority, so that is the position. You will have your time all the way to 2 o'clock. And the members, you will organize yourself in such a way that you can deal with other things like lunch and so forth. Proceed, the Honorable Leader, for the next, move the motion.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 97-1, and notwithstanding the resolution of the House on March 23rd, 2021, on the limitation of debate on bills under Article 257 of the Constitution, this House orders that the speaking time for each member be reduced from 15 minutes to 7 minutes. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to thank the House for extending the time this morning. And also, I just looked up, when you are speaking, there were 63. Now there are 66 members who have signed up. And last week, we spent quite an inordinate amount of time with points of order, people seeking clarification from the Speaker. The Speaker gave a very detailed ruling that took over 1 hour to clarify most of those issues and came up with some decision. And as a result of which, most members have said, now that we understand our limitations, all we want is to bring in points of variation to what others have contributed. I've been sitting here, Honorable Speaker, since Wednesday morning, and I've been listening. And I can tell you, 90% of the members who have spoken have actually been repeating what the others have just said. So to enrich this debate and to bring variations so that we can concentrate on other issues that need to be brought out, members wanted actually to reduce to 5 minutes. But I looked at it and I said, 5 minutes might be too short. Let's agree. Instead of reducing from 15 to 5, why don't we agree on 7? And I think, I just thought that perhaps is a good compromise so that people can bring new issues rather than old ones. But most importantly, I want also to debunk this feeling that members say you cannot vary this time. Standing Order number 97 is very clear that between adjournment of a debate and before commencement of a debate, a motion can be brought. 97.3 basically says you cannot introduce this motion in the course of a debate, but between adjournment and commencement of debate, the recommencement, you can bring the motion. So this is very clearly properly before the House, so that we don't end up with a situation that we are doing something to change the rules. We are doing it for the convenience of the House. And the members will make a decision. And members, I really don't want to go on through this because I want to take your time. And I beg to move. And I would ask the Honorable Wangwe, the whip, to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with all that good explanation from the Leader of Majority, I wouldn't want to take members' time beyond what I can just say I second. Thank you.
So, honorable members, I propose a question which is pursuant to Standing Order 97-1, and notwithstanding the resolution of the House on March 23rd, 2020, which is limitation of debate on bills and articles of Article 257 of the Constitution. This House orders that the speaking time for each member be reduced from 15 to 7 minutes. Now, Honorable, I want to, the Honorable Leader of Majority, I'd like to have a word with you, but in the meantime, just a minute. So, honorable members, are there members who want to contribute to this particular one? But because we are trying to save on time, so that we don't consume too much time, I could give one. You want me to put the question? I wanted to give 2 members to make brief comments. Okay. I see all members, you want us to put the question? So then, honorable members, I put the question, which is that pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 97-1, and notwithstanding the resolution of the House on March 23rd, 2021, on limitation of debates on Bill and Article 257 of the Constitution, this House orders that the speaking time for each member be reduced from 15 to 7 minutes. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of our contrary opinion say nay? No. The ayes have it. So, honorable members, then we go to what is the, I can't be able to, the intervention slot is completely full, so I'm not even able to know who is that? Who is that?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to advise Honorable Karuma that I'm a Meru man who is never intimidated anywhere. And I have no 2 business in this House. I'm here to represent the Ngundi people of South Imenti constituency. Whether you want to move forward, it is none of my business, but I must be heard in this floor, Mr. Speaker.
So what is it?
Mr. Speaker, my point of order is I really agree with the 7 minutes and up to and extending those up to 2 p.m. But Mr. Speaker, even if you do simple mathematics, 7 minutes times 63 members is already 7.3 hours. So what I'm requesting the Honorable Leader of Majority, there is a message that has circulated that we might vote this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. So that is what I'm really requesting the House leadership to consider extending that time until all of us speak to this historic bill,
okay.
Mr. Speaker.
That I'm sure the Leader of Majority has heard that. And so let's proceed, honorable members. We don't need to waste more time. Let's have the honorable, now I'll be following the list as is. So we'll start with the honorable Rahim Dawood. No, but before we go to Rahim Dawood, I am aware that the previous speaker who was speaking before had a balance of some minutes. Oh, the order, sorry, honorable members. Let's move procedurally. So please read the order.
Order number 8, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020, second reading, resumption of debate.
Yes, we had the Honorable Leshomo on the floor. Now, please have your time, make it as short as possible, because you seem to have slightly more time than we have just passed. So proceed.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipatia nafasi hii. Pia mimi nichangie mambo hii ya BBI. Mr. Speaker, ninashukuru kwa sababu jana sisi ndio tulifunga bunge kwa kutoka kungoja kuzungumzia. Na ningependa tu kusema bali nimebakisha jana nikisimama hapa ninasimama kama mheshimiwa wa Samburu County na pia member wa BBI committee. Kwa hivyo ninaweza zungumza, tafadhali niseme kile nimeona. Mheshimiwa Speaker, niko moja ya wale walikuwa katika kusunguka kaunti 47. Na nataka tu Mheshimiwa Speaker niseme machache kueleza wenzangu, wajumbe wenzangu, wakati tulikuwa tunatembea katika kaunti 47. Maoni ile iko kwa BBI. Nataka kuambia wenzangu sio ya wakubwa na sio ya nani, ni ya mwananchi. Mwananchi ametupatia maoni tofauti. Na ninasema machache Mheshimiwa Speaker. Mheshimiwa Speaker, tulikuwa na agenda 9 ile tumepewa na President Uhuru na Raila Odinga. Na hizo maoni 9 ilikuwa kueleza mwananchi, sema ile iko kwa roho yako, kile Kenya inataka kuendelea. Zaidi ilikuwa kueleza mwananchi kuhusu mambo ya vita ya kila wakati ya kwenda uchaguzi. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu madakika ni chache, Mheshimiwa Spika, mwananchi alitoa maoni yake tofauti. Na maoni ya kwanza, Mheshimiwa Spika, maoni ya kwanza, na ningeomba tu wenzangu wanisikize tu kwa makini. Maoni ya kwanza, mwananchi anasema kuhusu mambo ya siasa, tunapigania uko juu akati president anachaguliwa. Atupiganii kutoka governor mpaka chini ama kutoka MP mpaka chini. Akati inafika huko juu ndio tunapigania. Na walisema kama Kenya inawezekana ile viti za juu sigawanywe itoche kila mtu, ndio tuache vita ya siasa. Na hiyo ni maoni ya mwananchi. Mwananchi ndio ametoa maoni ya kusema Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister. Hiyo ni maoni ya mwananchi, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, ningeeleza tu zaidi, lakini nataka kuambia wenzangu, MCS wetu wa Kenya kupitisha BBI kupitisha kwa sababu ya amri yao, walipitisha kwa sababu ya amri ya mwananchi. Mwananchi akati tunasunguka kila kaunti tuko na MCA, na MCA anasikia kile mwananchi yake anasema kwa kaunti, na ndio maana MCS wakapitisha BBI kwa sababu wameona mwananchi ndio ametoa maoni. Mheshimiwa Spika, mwananchi amesema msiguse county. Mwananchi amesema msiguse constituency. Mwananchi amesema MCS waangaliwe kwa sababu ndio wako mashinani ya wananchi. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ningesema tu kuambia wenzangu, mambo ya BBI ni ya mwananchi, sio ya President Uhuru na sio ya Raila Odinga. Hiyo ni maoni ya mwananchi. Na anataka tu kusema mwenye anakataa kupitisha BBI katika hii nyumba, huyo amekataa maoni ya mwananchi, sio yake binafsi. Maoni ya mwananchi ndio unakataa, sio ya mtu mwingine. Mwananchi ametoa maoni yake, na mwananchi alituambia hajawahi kupatikana tangu ipatikane uhuru ati tunaenda kuulizwa mwananchi unataka Kenya iende namna gani. Lakini mwananchi amesema handshake ya Mheshimiwa Rais na Raila, mwananchi amefurahia na akasema hii ni mara ya kwanza kwenda kuulizwa unataka Kenya iende namna gani. Mheshimiwa Spika, mwananchi amefurahia, na ule alikuwa ongea na mtu alianza kuongea akati ya handshake imekuja. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ile kitu tunazungumzia hapa bunge ni maoni ya mwananchi, na anataka kurudia kusema ile tunazungumzia maoni ya mwananchi. Na wakati tunasunguka, hata wenzangu wengi walikuwa wajumbe wa hii nyumba walikuwa nakataa, lakini unakataa maoni ya mwananchi. Kwa hivyo sio maoni ya wakubwa, unakataa maoni ya mwananchi. Kwa hivyo ningeomba wenzangu tupitishe BBI kwa sababu ni maoni ya mwananchi. Ni maoni ya mwananchi. Nataka tu kusema mwananchi amesema maneno kadhaa. Wamesema hii nyumba itoke ministers. Na mwananchi anasema minister itoke kwa hii nyumba kwa sababu anaona MP yake akipewa minister, anaona kama hiyo MP yake ako kwa serikali ya juu. Na ndio mwananchi alikuwa anasema lazima minister sitoke hapa, aone hiyo MP yake amechagua amekuwa minister, ataona hata yeye ni mkubwa uko juu. Na ndio mwananchi alikuwa anasema lazima hii nyumba na minister sitoke. Mheshimiwa Spika, mwananchi pia alisema, mwananchi alikuwa pia amekataa nominated MCA, nominated MP, walikuwa wamekataa. Lakini akati expert tulipata expert, ndio expert walienda kuangalia ni sheria gani inaweza tumika. Na katika hiyo komiti yetu, nataka tukuambia wenzangu, kulikuwa na lawyer, kulikuwa na wasee wa dini, kulikuwa na mama, kulikuwa na kila aina wale wanaelewa Kenya.
Your time is over. Your time is over. So now let's have the Honorable Rahim Dawood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And Honorable Nyasuna, you are next, so that you can see I've already pressed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
yes.
At the start of my address, I want to say that I'm supporting BBI, and I believe BBI is the way to go. Mr. Speaker, I want to even congratulate the JSC in nominating Chief Justice Martha Koome to take the seat and William Ouko to become a Supreme Court judge. Mr. Speaker, the handshake between our President Uhuru Kenyatta and the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga was a game changer, Mr. Speaker, because from 2018, at least we've been going, the country has been running properly, and we've not had too many issues. Mr. Speaker, I was in the 2005 referendum of the bananas and the oranges, which went the way it went and gave birth to ODM. Mr. Speaker, I was still again leading in Nordimenti, the 2010 referendum, where we did the yes and no. And at that time, we were told by His Excellency, the former President Mwai Kibaki, that when he came to Meru, he said, yes, we know 20% of the Constitution is not right, but we will rectify it in future. And that future is now, Mr. Speaker, because at that time, the 20% we could not change, we are now trying to change. And we are not saying this is the last time we are going to change. Members of this House will be called in future to come with more amendments to the Constitution. This is not the last. Mr. Speaker, when the boundaries delimitation was done in 2010 by the Andrew Ligale Commission, there was so much gerrymandering because at that time, we just got one constituency in Meru County, whereas we should have got 3 more constituencies. So we are happy with the 70 constituencies which are been given. And Mr. Speaker, unlike what people have been saying that Mount Kenya has got all the constituencies, I hear some saying 42 constituencies, which is a complete lie because it is not more than 17 constituencies which have come to Mount Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, and they have come by right, not because of gerrymandering of the Ligale Commission, where constituencies which were below even 100,000 were given constituencies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we are talking about the county governments will be getting 35% of the funds, Mr. Speaker, many people out there ask us, if you cannot give 15%, how do you give 35%? Mr. Speaker, I want to put it to my colleagues and the people out there that at the moment, the Division of Revenue Bill we passed last week, the county revenue allocation was at 30%, including the conditional grant. And Mr. Speaker, that was at, it was for the year 2016-17 audited accounts. But Mr. Speaker, BBI is suggesting that 35% will be for not just the audited account by National Assembly, but it will be for what has been presented by the Auditor General, even if it has not been approved by Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the other good thing about this BBI is that the CDF has been put in the Constitution, so there is no reason that it would go to the courts to be declared null and void, and that we have to adhere to it. Mr. Speaker, even there is the ward fund, which will not be now tied to the governor. Mr. Speaker, a lot of our colleagues, when they go out to talk shows, they say that we are increasing this parliament to 640 members. And Mr. Speaker, that is completely untrue because when you say 640 in the National Assembly, it is completely a misconception, because if we are going to have 360 members and nominations of 6, that would make it 366. And we have got 94 members in the Senate, who are 1 female, 1 male. So that will make it 460 members, because there are no nominations in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the 1/3 of that would be 154 members, less 47 from the Senate, less 3 nominated, who in the National Assembly, 2 youth and 1 disabled. Mr. Speaker, that would make it a maximum of 104 extra members to be nominated if, in case, there are no female or gender equality is done. And Mr. Speaker, as we are talking here today, we have got female members of parliament who are 23 in number. So the maximum we would be talking, even if this rule were to apply today, would be 81. And if you join 81 with 366, Mr. Speaker, would make a National Assembly of 447 and 94 for the Senate, which would make it 541 and not 640, which people have been talking about. Mr. Speaker, we expect female members of parliament for National Assembly. Because of the political parties, there is a rule which is coming in, that 1/3 they have to nominate who have to be in the party list, otherwise there is a problem. Mr. Speaker, a lot of things have been said about the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, that they'll be adding more money. But Mr. Speaker, there are no double salaries for them, they are just allowances, just the same as Honorable Duale or Honorable Kimunya are getting when he was the leader of majority. It's the same thing. So, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing much to that. Mr. Speaker, the good thing about the IEBC, I support, Mr. Speaker, the good thing is that you can even service through electronic means, and we will not have a situation where in the previous election where President Kibaki failed to serve President Moi and the petition was thrown out of court. And now we've got 30 days for presidential petitions. Mr. Speaker,
Your time is over. And therefore we go to the Honorable Gladys.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the outset, I'd like to state that I support unreservedly the BBI bill. Mr. Speaker, we are privileged to live through this, to live through and participate in this historic moment. Mr. Speaker, building a steady and stable and prosperous nation is an exercise that never really comes to an end. Chinese philosopher Confucius said that our greatest glory is never in falling, but in rising every time we fall. Honorable Speaker, nations develop by constantly probing their systems, reviewing and questioning what works and what does not work. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution is a living document. It is a document for the people, by the people. It is for us to, at any given time, depending on the prevailing circumstances, have a constitution that works for us. The 2010 one has served us for 10 years now, in its 11th year. We have been able to see where the shoe pinches us. And those are the things that the BBI is in the process of correcting. Honorable Speaker, I have had the school of thought that the BBI is expensive. The BBI is not a priority. The BBI figures have been thrown here and there that let us first deal with other things before we deal with the BBI. But Mr. Speaker, I ask the question, what is the cost of peace and prosperity? Is there a price too high to pay for a peaceful, prosperous, and stable nation? Mr. Speaker, there is an argument that let us first fix the economy before we come to the BBI. But I'd like to state here, Mr. Speaker, that the economy follows the politics. If the politics falls, the economy falls. Mr. Speaker, in 2008, our GDP fell to 1.5% from 6.9% the previous year. Why? Because of political instability. In 2017, we fell to 4.8% from 5.9%
5.9% the previous year. Why? Because of political instability. Mr. Speaker, therefore, a vote for BBI is a vote to strengthen our economy and build a prosperous future for our children and their children. Mr. Speaker, I have heard it said on the floor of this House that we are dealing with a dangerous document. It has been said that we are dealing with a document that is clipping the independence of the judiciary. Nothing could be further from the truth, Mr. Speaker. Independence of the judiciary is a hallowed constitutional tenet, Honorable Speaker. It is the hallmark of our democracy. So why are we being told that we are clipping the independence of the judiciary or that the BBI is doing it? Because, Mr. Speaker, Clause 43 of this bill is amending Article 172 to give the Judicial Service Commission power to receive complaints against judges and investigate and discipline judges by warning and reprimanding or suspending a judge. We are being told that by doing that, we are clipping the independence of the judiciary. But, Honorable Speaker, if we look at the context in which we had our 2010 Constitution, it was such that the 2010 Constitution provided for a vetting board for all judges. Honorable Speaker, the Sharad Rao board that vetted all judges. What happened, therefore, we had a gap because Article 168 provides for removal of judges. But there is nothing in between. What if a judge has a misconduct that does not meet the threshold for removal, but does not remove the threshold for removal, does not reach the threshold for removal, but is grave enough to be investigated and an action taken? The situation we have currently, and the courts gave a ruling that the JSC cannot investigate, cannot punish, cannot suspend, cannot reprimand a judge. So if, for example, a judge, and we have many good judges and a few bad ones, if, for example, a judge is not writing his judgments on time, that is not threshold for removal, but that judge cannot be reprimanded by the JSC. Honorable Speaker, in this parliament, every 5 years, the people can remove us. In this parliament, Honorable Speaker, there is a Powers and Privileges Committee that can review conduct of a member of parliament. What is wrong with having the Judicial Service Commission being able to review the conduct of judges and be able to reprimand them in the event that that does not meet the threshold for removal? Honorable Speaker, it is said that right now it is the President to form a tribunal for purposes of removal of the judges. Why do we feel the judiciary is more independent when the President is forming a tribunal for removal of a judge than if the Judicial Service Commission itself, which is constituted of the Chief Justice, judges from the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal, LSK, magistrates, reviewing their peers? Honorable Speaker, this is just stories being told. The reality is the BBI is strengthening the independence and accountability of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, on the judiciary ombudsman, there are many good judges who do a good job, but we know also that there are times that there is justice for sale. Where can Wanjiko go when there is justice for sale? There must be an ombudsman to which Wanjiko can go and put their complaints. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the 2/3 gender rule, for 50 years we have sought to have the 2/3 gender rule principle. Honorable Duale brought here Honorable Duale 1 bill, Duale Bill 2, Duale Bill 3, Duale Bill 4. We danced, we went to parties, we tried to pass the 2/3 gender principle. Finally, the BBI has delivered, after 50 years, the 2/3 gender principle, Honorable Speaker. And even if it was for that alone, I would support the BBI bill. I support fully 100%. In addition, Honorable Speaker, to the opposite gender rule, to a 50-50 Senate. Right now, the women...
Your time is over. Njoroge wa Maua. Honorable Njoroge wa Maua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving
Honorable
me...
Joroge Wamaua and Honorable Cheptumo is next, just to confirm so that you can start preparing yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to speak to this historic moment of the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020. Mr. Speaker, sir, I like to support, and I also want to commend all those members who have listened to support this amendment bill as proposed by the Popular Initiative. Mr. Speaker, it is true that we are not really looking mostly at the content which is in the amendment bill, Mr. Speaker, because the content which is being proposed, Mr. Speaker, is to make the Constitution of 2010 better than the way it is, Mr. Speaker. And mostly what the clauses that are being amended, or the articles, are making the Constitution of 2010 better. And Mr. Speaker, sir, all what has been proposed here are very important and touching to the people that we represent, both economically, politically, and in all areas. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me just only to talk about 2 areas. And I want to start with the clause 10 of the draft bill, amending Article 89, Mr. Speaker, that is deleting or proposing to delete the 2 United constituencies and substituting with 360 constituencies. Mr. Speaker, this one brings on board 70 constituencies, and mostly this is an area that is being demonized by those who are not in support. Mr. Speaker, this is only ensuring fair representation of the people in the National Assembly, and also trying to create a balance in the sizes of our constituencies, as currently they are extremely large constituencies which are getting the same resource with very small constituencies, Mr. Speaker, sir. And whenever our Kenyans are giving taxes, we give taxes so that we can support each and every person, wherever he or she is, irrespective, Mr. Speaker, of where you come from. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I wanted to remember last week, last week, when the honorable member, Kafinga Wadhau from where, really tried to bring the formula that was used to bring about the creation of the 70 constituencies, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, what we are saying is we want each and every vote to count in terms of representation when we come here to vote, and also in terms of when we are sharing our resources, Mr. Speaker. And therefore the issue of delimitation being of boundaries being an area for the IBC, we are not questioning that. But we want to say, Mr. Speaker, that we have chapter 1 that talks about the sovereignty power of the people of this country. And I think that is where we are subjecting all these proposed amendments to a referendum, whereby the power bestowed on the Kenyans, they can be able to decrease or increase any constituency, and later on the IBC comes in, whereby now they look at the delimitation of the boundaries. But we cannot say that we cannot do this when all of us, we understand that the whole issue will end up with the Kenyans, whereby they will approve or not approve or reject or support. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, let us not demonize about the constituencies when we know surely they are looking at those areas where we have many of our people. And I give an example of Roiro, and also Kasarani, and also Mwea, which are constituencies that are very large. And the CDF money that we usually get is given the same with even those constituencies that have very few people, and even to an extent that there are 3 wards, and you cannot compare the share that the person coming from that will get in terms of equitability. Mr. Speaker, also allow me also to talk about clause 50 of the draft bill, amending Article 203, Mr. Speaker, whereby
it wanted to expand the criteria for determining equitable share, Mr. Speaker. The average amount of money per person to a county with the highest allocation does not exceed 3 times the average amount per person allocated to a county with the lowest allocation. Mr. Speaker, sir, the same Article 203, the amendment also wants to seek to increase the percentage of funds allocated to counties from 15% to 35%, Mr. Speaker. And there are those who are bringing propagandas of saying that Mr. Speaker, allow me to continue without the interruption because my minutes are still lapsing. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, when we talk of the national government disbursing 35% instead of 15%, we are just only taking money to the people where our GICO is. And this money, when it is taken to the county, it will be able to give the best of the development and the service delivery to the people that we are talking about, and especially in the sectors that have been, or in the functions that have been devolved to the counties, especially the agriculture, which really touches on our people. Mr. Speaker, sir, out of the 35%, we'll also get the 5% for the Ward Development Fund. So each of the ward will get 20 million, and this adds to the CDF money that I receive. And all this money is going directly to the common person that we represent. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm 100% supporting the BBI because of what it's going to do, and especially more to taking resources to the people that we represent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to also contribute to this very important bill. And Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I want to say that I oppose this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 11 years ago, Kenyans enacted the 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker. And 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, is said to be the most promising and most progressive constitution in the modern Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 2010 Constitution, which I had the privilege, Mr. Speaker, of participating in the process of making that constitution as an assistant minister of justice that time, Mr. Speaker, inculcated with it, Mr. Speaker, national values, but also gave judiciary and other institutions of governance independence, Mr. Speaker. 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, gave Kenyans some hope, human dignity, and independent institutions of governance, Mr. Speaker. Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, expected the Kenya Constitution 2010 to be a foundation from which, Mr. Speaker, this country shall move in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, under the 2010 Constitution, we have had 2 elections, 2013 and 2017, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, sir, in those 2 elections, we witnessed violence, Mr. Speaker. We witnessed destruction of property, Mr. Speaker. And the question, Mr. Speaker, we need to ask ourselves as a House, and this is a very important question, Mr. Speaker, I want to pose. If indeed the challenges we have in our country can be resolved by having a constitution, why then, Mr. Speaker, did we have to have violence, tribal tension again, after the promising and very progressive constitution in 2010, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, my humble submission to this House, and even to this country, Mr. Speaker, is that our challenge as a country is not the constitution, Mr. Speaker. The challenge we have, and we must agree to this, Mr. Speaker, is us leaders, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the solution to our challenges is the constitution, we could have had no street election violence in 2013. If our solution, Mr. Speaker, is in the Constitution per se, we could not have had elections violence in 2017. Mr. Speaker, sir, the challenge we have today in our country is that we don't believe in the rule of law. When we lose elections, Mr. Speaker, we choose the narrow path and the dangerous path of resolving those disputes, Mr. Speaker, through violence. And that is why we go to the streets, Mr. Speaker, to dispute outcome of elections. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the 2010 Constitution gave us very independent institutions like the judiciary, Mr. Speaker, which should be able to resolve our issues. Mr. Speaker, Professor Okoto Kendo, an expert in constitutional matters, had this in mind, Mr. Speaker, in his article entitled Constitutions Without Constitutionalism, Reflection on an African Political Paradox. Mr. Speaker, I want to quote what he said, that African political elite are fully and clearly committed to the idea of a constitution. And at the same time, with the same energy, they categorically neglect the notion of constitutionalism, Mr. Speaker. This is where the problem is, Mr. Speaker. Today, as a House, we are debating a constitutional amendment bill to amend our Constitution. We believe in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, but we don't believe in the constitutionalism in this document, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we do so, Mr. Speaker, we should be able, therefore, to believe in the institutions we are creating, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons why I'm opposing this constitution, this constitutional amendment bill, Mr. Speaker, is because it is premised on a foundation, Mr. Speaker, which is not constitutionalism, Mr. Speaker. Already, Mr. Speaker, we see the impunity in this process, where, Mr. Speaker, we say we cannot stop reggae. This document, Mr. Speaker, the process which is being undertaken has already faced a challenge of impunity, Mr. Speaker. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, even in this House, even when members of the House, in the August House, express their opposite or different view, Mr. Speaker, they are punished, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that there are very fundamental provisions in this bill, which are really good, like Article 4, Article 5, Clause 6, and so on. But, Mr. Speaker, let me say only one. If you look at Clause 10, Mr. Speaker, there is a serious argument that Wanjiku can determine the number of constituencies. That's okay, Mr. Speaker. But I want to submit, Mr. Speaker, that as much as Wanjiku may have the right to increase the number of the constituencies, Mr. Speaker, Wanjiku does not have the power to allocate those constituencies to various counties as done under Schedule 2 of the bill, Mr. Speaker. And to that extent, Mr. Speaker, what is unconstitutional in the bill, Mr. Speaker, is a good reason that this House should be able to reject this bill so that, Mr. Speaker, we are able to pass.
Your time is over. Members, kindly be looking at the three lights here. It will really guide you to summarize towards the end. Honorable Member for Westlands. Member for Westlands, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say from the onset, Mr. Speaker, that I support the BBI bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the tenets of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is, Mr. Speaker, when the two statesmen, the President Uhuru Kenyatta and the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, came together and shook hands in 2018, Mr. Speaker, that changed the political landscape of this country. They came up with 9 points, Mr. Speaker, that had to define the way forward from that day, Mr. Speaker. One of the issues that were addressed, Mr. Speaker, was about the divisive elections that were held at the new Constitution two of them, 2013 and 2017, Mr. Speaker, that ended up in a dispute and ended up in court. And we remember the curricular report, Mr. Speaker, telling us that we should not let the cost to determine our elections. And that is one of the things that we would like to address and maybe come so that we have an election that is not as disputed as the past two elections. Mr. Speaker, our Constitution is 10. Mr. Speaker, protect me from... Mr. Speaker, our Constitution is...
Actually, I should protect you, especially when the person standing in front of you is the Honorable Tobiko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our Constitution is 10 years old and is ripe for audit. And we have seen, Mr. Speaker, because the Constitution is a living document and it only works for us, and the Constitution is made for us and not us for the Constitution, we have seen the weaknesses in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, that we need to address. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things that made the 2010 Constitution to be passed by the Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, was the introduction of devolution. And we have seen, Mr. Speaker, through the BBI, we are even addressing the issue of devolution, trying to strengthen them. Mr. Speaker, giving more revenue to the counties, Mr. Speaker, which will enable more development at grassroots level, and also introduction of the Ward Development Fund, Mr. Speaker. It will be also, Mr. Speaker, boosting even what CDF has done for the last so many years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that the BBI addresses is strengthening of the civil service and the national agencies, Mr. Speaker, and independent commissions. We have seen, Mr. Speaker, many times these commissions and the civil service especially, Mr. Speaker, has been weakened so much that is undermining even the performance of the government, Mr. Speaker. When you look at previously under the regime of President Kenyatta and President Moi, the civil service was very vibrant, and it was, Mr. Speaker, that is why we never had these divisive politics, because in many countries, Mr. Speaker, even when an election is going on, Mr. Speaker, the running of government is not disrupted, because we have a civil service that is intact, that is strong, that can manage the running of the government even without the political arm of the government, Mr. Speaker. But in this country, we have seen, Mr. Speaker, when you go to an election, everything comes to a standstill. So strengthening the civil service and the other independent constitutional agencies, Mr. Speaker, is an important pointer. Mr. Speaker, we have also looked at the remodeling the parliamentary system, Mr. Speaker, by introducing or bringing back the executive in the House. This also, Mr. Speaker, is going to add the confidence of the representation in this House, Mr. Speaker. When we used to have ministers here, Mr. Speaker, when members ask questions, they were answered, Mr. Speaker, and the ministers were there to face the members, Mr. Speaker. But today, Mr. Speaker, because ministers, cabinet secretaries are not members of the House, sometimes we ask questions and they are not taken seriously. Sometimes we have concerns that we raise because we are the representative of the people, Mr. Speaker, and we find that these issues are taken very lightly. And this is one of the things that, Mr. Speaker, that was supported by the people when the task force went around the country, Mr. Speaker. People wanted the cabinet ministers to be drawn from the members of parliament. And, Mr. Speaker, we know what that means, Mr. Speaker. It means that the ministers were more effective when they're in the House. The ministers were more responsive and they were more accountable, Mr. Speaker, when they were members of this August House. Mr. Speaker, this document, Mr. Speaker, is a document that has highlighted so many important things. I think we are missing a point when people just pick up a small error or a small weakness in the document, Mr. Speaker, to make the document look like it is addressing only small issues or a section of the population. Mr. Speaker, this BBI is a game changer and is going to bring, Mr. Speaker, a lot of positive energy in the country, and we shall have parted, Mr. Speaker, some of these political differences that arise at the election. The introduction of the official opposition in the House, Mr. Speaker, will also put the government more, Mr. Speaker, on check and balances, because that is something that we need to look at, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see my time is up, and thank you for giving me time to contribute.
Honorable Tobiko. And you don't have to be worried. Your time is well set out. I could see you are a bit anxious, thinking that you're already consuming it. Proceed.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to participate in this historic moment, Mr. Speaker, because this is a very important time in our country, in the history of constitution making in our country, and Mr. Speaker, a very important time in our being members of the August House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because of the limited time, I want to go into 3 issues only, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have had the advantage of listening to members, those who have spoken before us, and I have listened keenly, Mr. Speaker. And I have come to the conclusion, Mr. Speaker, that the Parliament or the August House is a very interesting composition. This is where Kenya is. This is where you see the face of Kenya at different levels. Kenyans who come from regions that are developed, Kenyans who come from regions that have been treated unjustly in terms of development, Kenyans who have suffered under historical injustices, Mr. Speaker. And so, when you hear different views, Mr. Speaker, it is because of the inequality that has been there in the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would say, because I was a student of politics, and in politics, Mr. Speaker, in my class of politics, I was told the definition of politics is, the allocation of scarce resources. I was also told, Mr. Speaker, politics is what determines who gets what, when, and how, Mr. Speaker. The various arguments I have had on this floor, Mr. Speaker, are people who are worried about the ombudsman, people who are worried about the judiciary, people who are worried about, various issues. But I will say for my county, Mr. Speaker, our worry is the resources. Our worry is our basic needs. Our worry is our infrastructure that is still wanting, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is where I speak from. When I hear the member of Kandara speaking, Mr. Speaker, about the judiciary, my people are worried about the resources that will come to our county. And so, Mr. Speaker, when I am told the Constitution of Kenya will guarantee Kajiado County 35%, Mr. Speaker, who in this chamber can tell me to say no to the BBI, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, when I am told that the Constitution will give a tax relief to our young people who are starting businesses, and there is unemployment facing our people, Mr. Speaker, who will in this chamber tell me to say no to the BBI, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, there is the Maslow theory of hierarchy of needs. There are those people who have reached another level, Mr. Speaker, and they are worried about democracy, and they are worried about institutions like the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, some of us are worried about what our counties will get because we have never received our fair share at the national level, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would say Kajiado County out of this BBI process will receive an additional 3 constituencies, Mr. Speaker. That means an additional 300 million for Kajiado, Mr. Speaker. That means my constituency, which is both rural and urban, and which has different needs and different priorities, we will be able to organize the place better because the urban constituency will receive their constituency, the rural will receive their constituency and be able to address their needs in different ways, Mr. Speaker, according to their priorities. Mr. Speaker, this is not about Uhuru Kenyatta, the president, or about Raila Amolo Odinga. Mr. Speaker, I have heard people say this is not a popular initiative. But we have had a chance to interact with this document. We've had a chance to interact with the task force, even at our counties, Mr. Speaker. I have led my people to present views to the task force. I have also been part of a delegation of women that went to the task force at KICC to present our views, Mr. Speaker. And from here, Mr. Speaker, this document will go to the public, will go to Mwananchi, so that they give their views, they vote, Mr. Speaker, either to endorse it or not to endorse it, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would say, this is not about the 2 people who shook their hands. It is about Kenyans, and Kenyans will make their decision, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, I have heard people from different regions who are worried about positions. Who takes prime minister, who takes a president, who takes a deputy, who takes leader of opposition. But Mr. Speaker, for some of us from other regions in this country, Mr. Speaker, we have never had that kind of chance. It will be a privilege. And Mr. Speaker, as the big communities fight for those positions, there are those Kenyans who are only fighting for basic needs. We need water. We need roads.
Your time is over, so we go to the member for Emurua Dikir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also having this opportunity. I want to state, Mr. Speaker, that I rise today on this 6th day of May, 2021, Mr. Speaker, to join my colleagues, my friends, and the people of this republic in voicing my concerns and also my opinion, and also putting today or tomorrow or the day that will come, Mr. Speaker, my voice to be heard on this particular document, Mr. Speaker. I want to say I stand here to express the opinions of myself and the people I represent and who I love, the people of Emurua Dikir, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to state also that this document, I want to voice my concern on this document as a document that will go down in history as the most divisive document, as the most selfish document, and the most dangerous document that has ever sat into this House. Mr. Speaker, you know sometimes, Mr. Speaker, we make laws, and we have the powers given by the Constitution to make the laws of this country. But sometimes we make laws that are derogatory, that are retrogressive, that will take back this country to the ages where we came from. Mr. Speaker, as to whether this document belongs to Wanjiko, as what many people have stated, Mr. Speaker, I want to say it is only after referendum that we can 100% say the document now belongs to the people. As of now, the document belongs to only 2 people, 2 brothers, like the Sargassian and the Margarian. That is what this document belongs to. As to whether this document, Mr. Speaker, will further the tranquility and the cohesion in this country, Mr. Speaker, my answer is no. Reasons. Instead, the government has abandoned the country, both economically, educationally, health-wise, and now it is killing the Constitution. The 4 pillars, Mr. Speaker, has been completely rendered irrelevant in this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this document tried to talk to several issues. The amendment these people brought to this House, Mr. Speaker, tried to look into the question of divisive politics, into the question of ethnic antagonism, into the question of inclusivity, into the question of corruption. But, Mr. Speaker, when you look at all these issues which have been choreographed here, Mr. Speaker, I will tell you for a fact, none of the proposals in this particular document cure all those issues that they have been purporting to discuss. Mr. Speaker, look at, for example, the question of divisive politics. What has been causing this country to be divided after every election? Mr. Speaker, we all know reasons why people normally fight is because of fight for resources. People normally go to have divisive elections because of stolen elections. People normally have issues after elections because of the issue of the presidential appointments. So that when people are going to an election, they would want to say who becomes the president of this country. And the only reason is when the president takes over, the appointments, starting from the CSS to the lower cadre. Mr. Speaker, the president normally do appointments disregarding the law. Mr. Speaker, as to whether this issue was cured, Mr. Speaker, it has never been cured. Because no one talked about compelling the president to make appointments, not necessarily basing on his region or his community, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as to whether we cured the question of winners take it all. Mr. Speaker, there is going to be an election in this country based on democracy, and there are going to be lineups. Mr. Speaker, even after introducing the question of opposition, leader of opposition in this House, we have the leader, minority leader in this House, Mr. Speaker, who represent the opposition. Mr. Speaker, as to whether that will cure the winner takes it all. Obviously, the leader of opposition will be the leader of opposition. He will not have any stake in government, and he will remain, or she will remain, as the leader of opposition. Mr. Speaker, as to whether this constitution amendment, Mr. Speaker, has cured the question of divisive elections, Mr. Speaker. Look at the introduction in clause 22, Mr. Speaker, where it purports to introduce the position of a prime minister. Mr. Speaker, and I want to dwell on this because this is where there is going to be a parliamentary coup in this country, Mr. Speaker. Never wait for any coup in this country. Wait until that day we will have a prime minister in this House. Mr. Speaker, look at option 2. Option 1, the president appoints the prime minister, sends it to parliament. Parliament votes or rejects. Option 2, parliament sits and make an appointment of their own prime minister and vote for that prime minister. Mr. Speaker, look at the roles of the prime minister. He will be chairing the subcommittee of cabinet. Look at this parliament. There will be cabinet members in this House. This House will be making budgets. This House will be impeaching members of parliament, members of the cabinet. Mr. Speaker, if today this House votes for a prime minister, if today this House votes for the position of a prime minister, which is contrary to the appointment of the president, this House will lead a coup and the president will have no say. We have seen a prime minister sitting in this House, Mr. Speaker, and there has been serious divisions in this House. Look at a situation where the members of parliament will be appointing that prime minister. What will the president have a say in this country? The president will never have a say in this country. The budget will be implemented in this House. The prime minister will lead a coup through the cabinet secretaries who will be sitting with him in this House. Mr. Speaker, as to the question of JSC, Mr. Speaker, I want to say I'm one of the most arrested individuals in this country. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I'm not in cells today is because of the courts. Otherwise, independence of the courts. Otherwise, if it was for the government, Mr. Speaker, I will be behind bars today. When you try to interfere with the courts, Mr. Speaker, some of us will stand firm and say no. Mr. Speaker, last and not least, I want to go down in history and on record as having opposed.
So, Honorable Mboko Hamis, member for Likoni.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi nichukue nafasi hii kuweza kuunga mkono mswada huu ambao tunauita mpango maarufu kwa lugha ya Kiingereza Popular Initiative. Na niweze kusema mswada huu umekuja kwa sababu tulikuwa na matukio mingi sana katika taifa letu la Kenya. Kwanza tukiangalia ghasia nyingi za uchaguzi ambazo ziliwapoteza Wakenya wetu wengi. Pia Kenya tumekuwa na ukabila mwingi sana, kumekuwa na ufisadi ambao umekithiri. Basi mswada huu umezungumzia pia mikakati ya kuweza kupambana na ufisadi. Mswada huu pia umezungumzia vipi tutaweka usawa katika taifa letu, umoja na pia kuweza kuweka uzalendo. Lakini haswa kabisa mswada huu umezungumzia vipi tutapata huduma mashinani. Wakati tunazungumzia ugatuzi mashinani, lazima pia tuzungumzie fedha mashinani. Hivyo basi, iwapo 35% itakuja mashinani, itamaanisha tutaweza kupata huduma sambamba na zile fedha ambazo zitakuja mashinani. Vile vile pia zile fedha ambazo zitakuja katika wadi, zitakuwa ni fedha ambazo zitasaidia wadi zetu kuweza kupata miradi. Hata kama yule mjumbe wa kaunti atakuwa hasikizani na gavana, pengine hawatoki katika chama kimoja, pengine walikosana katika mambo ya uchaguzi, bado watu wa sehemu ile ya wadi wataweza kupata miradi yao bila kubabaishwa na jambo lolote. Jambo jingine, mswada huu pia umezungumzia pesa za kusawazisha ambazo kwa Kiingereza tunaita equalization fund. Imesema pesa hizi za kusawazisha ni pesa ambazo zitaongezewa miaka kutoka miaka 20 mpaka miaka 30. Pesa hizi zitasaidia sehemu zilizotengwa kama vile sehemu ya kaskazini mashariki, sehemu za pwani na sehemu zingine katika jamhuri yetu ya Kenya ambazo zilitengwa katika miradi kama mambo ya barabara, mambo ya maji na mambo ya afya. Kwa hivyo mswada huu umezungumzia mambo mazuri kama hayo ambayo yatasaidia taifa hili. Pia mswada huu umezungumzia vipi kina mama wataboreshwa katika nyanja za uongozi na nyanja za maamuzi. Hivyo basi katika seneti kina mama 47 watakuwa na nafasi ya kutoa maamuzi na kuangalia zile fedha katika kaunti zetu, fedha za kutoka katika taifa letu kule juu kwa ngazi za juu, na hata zile fedha ambazo kaunti zimeweza kukusanya pale kwao mashinani. Kina mama watakuwa na sauti na wanaweza kupiga kura na kuweza kufanya maamuzi. Vile vile pia uongozi utakuwa ni uongozi wa kina baba na kina mama sambamba, sako kwa bako. Iwapo gavana ni mwanamke, basi naibu wake atakuwa mwanamume. Iwapo ni mwanamume, naibu atakuwa mwanamke. Sasa hivi tunaona Magufuli aliweka naibu mama Suluhu, na sasa hivi tunaona uongozi wa mama Suluhu ambavyo amejizatiti na kuweza kuongoza taifa la Tanzania likiwa na njia safi sana. Vile vile pia mswada huu umezungumzia tume ya vijana, tume ambayo itaweka vijana na itawakilishwa na vijana wa kike na vijana wa kiume katika njia ya usawa. Tume hii itaweza kuangalia mipango ya vijana, ratiba za vijana, kuangalia sera ambazo zitazungumzia matatizo na maendeleo na vile kuboresha hali ya vijana ili kuwawezesha katika miradi ya maendeleo. Vile vile pia vijana wataweza kupata mapumziko ya kulipa ushuru katika biashara zao kwa muda wa miaka 7. Hilo ni jambo ambalo litaweza kukuza vijana katika mambo ya vipawa na katika mambo ya miradi ya biashara ndogo ndogo na hata zile kubwa kubwa kwa wale ambao watakuwa wamepata uwezo. Bwana Spika, mswada huu ni mswada ambao umezungumzia pia, je, ile sheria ya thuluthi mbili ya jinsia itaangaliwa vipi? Na hivi sasa hatutakuwa na kizungumkuti, hatutakuwa na utata katika kujua je, hii mambo ya jinsia ama sheria ya jinsia itaweza kutekelezwa kwa njia gani? Itatekelezwa kwa njia ambayo mswada huu umeuzungumzia. Mswada huu pia umezungumzia kwamba tutakuwa na mawaziri watakaoteuliwa miongoni mwa wabunge waliochaguliwa katika yale maeneo bunge. Hivyo basi, iwapo tuna maswali ya kuzungumzia mambo ya sehemu zetu ambazo tunawakilisha, utauliza hapo katika bunge, waziri atakuwa hapo na waziri ataweza kukupa jawabu. Si kama sasa mpaka uweze kutoa taarifa ya kwamba tunataka waziri fulani aje tumuulize maswali haya, waziri naye tena ajibu ya kwamba atapatikana ama hatapatikana. Kwa hivyo tutakuwa na wakati mwafaka wa kuweza kuwauliza mawaziri maswali hapa bungeni. Mswada huu pia umetupatia nguvu ya kwamba fedha zile ambazo tunasema kwa Kiingereza NGCDF, fedha ambazo zinakuja katika eneo bunge zitawekwa katika katiba. Hivyo basi wale wakereketo ambao watakuwa wamezoea pengine kupinga pesa kama hizi ambazo zimemsaidia mlala hoi na yule maskini pale mashinani, fedha hizi zitajulikana tu sawia na zile pesa ambazo zinaenda kwenye kaunti zitakuwa zimewekwa katika katiba, Mheshimiwa Spika, na hilo ni jambo zuri sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia vyama vya kisiasa vitakuwa lazima vihakikishe katika
members, just order. Honorable members, should you want to approach the table, there is a place you approach through. What you are doing here is something that has never been seen in it has never been seen at all. It has never been seen at all. I am a bit disappointed. I wouldn't mind one of the members I have seen going there, but I'm disappointed with two who are very long-serving members of this House. I know you are coming here to take the screenshot of what is happening on the list, which is perfectly in order. Please come from the other side and take the screenshot. Yeah, I mean, that is okay. You are perfectly allowed to do that, but please, what I have seen here is a very new phenomenon. Proceed and actually finalize because your time is over.
Mheshimiwa Spika, hata maseneta sasa hivi watakuwa na uwezo wa kuangazia zile fedha ambazo zimekusanywa na kaunti, si zile tu ambazo zimetoka katika ngazi ya kitaifa. Vile vile pia Mheshimiwa Spika, watu watateuliwa baada ya kura zishapigwa, waliochaguliwa wamechaguliwa, na wale watakaoteuliwa ni wale ambao pia wamegombea, wameng'ang'ana katika uchaguzi na pengine wakaanguka kwa bahati mbaya ama nzuri, hivyo basi wao ndio wataweza kupatiwa nafasi. Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga sana mswada huu kwa sababu ni mswada ambao utaleta maridhiano, utaleta maelewano katika taifa, na pia mambo ya uchaguzi yatakuwa na imani na kutakuwa na amani katika taifa letu la Kenya. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Kamoti Mwamkale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
And honorable members, any member who wants to look at the screen should come from this other side. It will be easier. And please also keep safe distance. Do not go very close to the clerks. Just they can give you information there.
Mr. Speaker, I will disclose that I am a member of the Jailer Committee, which really sifted through this Amendment Bill 2020. And on that note, I would want to thank our Speaker for the ruling that he gave in this House. Indeed, there has been doubts on these documents, not only in the House, but even out there. It has been in the social media, it has been in the mainstream media, that there were two versions of documents, and the Speaker put it clearly that indeed, if there are any differences, then they can only be said to be typo errors. Typo errors in the sense that one of the documents, because we were told there are two versions of this document. One of the documents indicates or cites Article 87.7, while the other one cites Article 89.7. Mr. Speaker did put it right in his ruling that indeed there is no such a thing, or there is no 87.7 is an article that does not exist. You go to your 2010 Constitution, look for 87.7, it will not be there. Article 87 finishes with 87.3. So indeed, these were typo errors, and the ruling of the Speaker really did put this nation at peace as far as this document is concerned. Mr. Speaker, another issue that social media really capitalized on was that this was not popular initiative document as indicated. But Mr. Speaker, I am inviting the people to look at the process, not the origin of the idea. It is the process that will determine whether this is a popular initiative or otherwise. And indeed, it is clear in even in our 2010 Constitution that a popular initiative is one that is backed by the people, is one that comes from the people, and to appreciate this, people should look at the episodes before the handshake and the handshake itself. Indeed, that history will make people appreciate that we have a document that is going to solve our problems. Mr. Speaker, if you look at this amendment, it addresses all the 9 points that were identified after the handshake, and these 9 points were debated by members of the public. The task force that was formed, the BBI task force, went around the 47 counties, and I'm happy to report that when they were in Coast Region, the people of Rabai were invited, and we sent our delegation, and they had their input in this document. So indeed, the report that the steering committee used to come up with the bill, because it's the steering committee that came up with this bill, that report included all the views of the people of Kenya. So these being views of the people of Kenya, nobody can really say that it is from the handshake brothers, as I've heard it being said. These are views of the people, and it doesn't matter who really came up with the idea. Our president, our former prime minister could have come up with the idea, but this idea was taken to the people, and it's the people who gave us the gist of this 2020 amendment. Mr. Speaker, no document is perfect. No document is perfect, and we are amending it now, and this will not be the last time this document is amended, because it will not even make it perfect. But I'm inviting members of parliament, I'm inviting members of the public to look at the greater good, to look at the provisions that Mwananchi has been looking for, the needs of the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I come from Rabai. This is in the Coast Region. And our history, we've had a history of complaining that the national cake was not reaching Coast Province, and at one time, people even suggested that Pwani si Kenya. But here we have 35%, which is going to the counties. Members of this house have died because of our hospitals have no facilities, no oxygen facilities. We've lost members here. If we say no to that 35%, it will mean even the COVID issue that we are saying should have been given priority will not be able to be addressed by counties of this republic. So, Mr. Speaker, let us focus on the greater good of this document. Let us pass it for posterity, and we should not mix it with 2022, because most of us who are opposing this have 2022 in mind. Let us look at it for prosperity of the people.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, on the onset, I want to take and remind this House the oath I took when I became a member of Parliament in 2007 and 2013 and 2017, and that in the name of Allah, I will bear true faith and allegiance to the people and the Republic of Kenya, and that I will obey, respect, uphold, preserve, protect, and defend this Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. Speaker, I'm saying this, it's coming at the right time, on the holy month of Ramadan, on the last 10 days, and I'm going to speak my mind. I will not speak for any political party. I will not speak for any political formation. I will speak for the people of Garissa Township who brought me to this house and gave me powers to represent them under Article 1, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, there are many debates. There are many people who are telling us about inclusivity. Kenyans, and I have been a founder member of ODM, that this came as a result of the 27 post-election violence. I want to challenge anybody to tell me that by the passage of this bill, there will be no post-election violence. I want somebody to tell me and look at me in the eyes that there are no election reforms. ODM asked, and all of us asked, for election reforms. I want somebody to look at me in the eyes and tell me if this bill contains any election reforms. I want somebody to tell me if this bill has united Kenyans or divided Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, the presidency is divided. Before you even come to the members of parliament, before you go to the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, constitutions are not meant for leaders. Constitutions are meant for the people to check on the leadership. And Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, Mr. Speaker, in the 60s, in the first referendum in the 60s, only one region took part in that referendum. And it was in the northern part of Kenya called NFD. And the Speaker here, without no apologies to make, because I listened to over 50 members. Everybody is speaking for his region. Everybody is speaking for his community. I will speak for the Somali community, and I have no apologies to make. 99% of them voted for me. And Mr. Speaker, this document discriminates them. This document does not favor. Mr. Speaker, a lot has already been said about this bill, and I'm also cognizant of the fact that on Tuesday, the Speaker gave a ruling. I do agree with the ruling on the constitutional and procedural matters. However, Mr. Speaker, I want to raise first and foremost two critical issues, two key issues with this bill, which I would like to go on record, because in my view, they are very weighty constitutional issues that this House, including all Kenyans, Kenyans outside this House must address. And Mr. Speaker, I want to tell our colleagues here, 20, 30 years from now, what you do today, it will haunt you. What Tom Mboya did, what Jaramogi Oginga did, what Mzee Jomo Kenyatta did, what all the leaders before us did, either positive or negatively, it is haunting them today. Mr. Speaker, let me look at clause 44 of this bill. This clause provides that the President shall nominate and with approval of the Senate, appoint the judiciary ombudsman. This clause further provides that the judicial ombudsman shall, among other things, and these are the functions, receive and conduct inquiries into complaints against judges, registrars, magistrates, and other judicial officers and staff of the judiciary. This is a very dangerous trend, Mr. Speaker. As a country, over the years, we have had an independent judiciary under the 2010 Constitution, which is devoid of interference from any arm of government, Mr. Speaker, of which is free to express itself and work without being directed by anybody. One which is only guided by the Constitution. The office of the Ombudsman, Mr. Speaker, shall erode all these gains. Mr. Speaker, Article 172 of the Constitution protects and defends judges and magistrates, that in the event JSC finds a judge has contravened the Constitution, either on integrity, the Judicial Service Commission will look at it and will give the judge a fair hearing in a tribunal formed by the President. Mr. Speaker, what this judicial ombudsman is going to do is executives will go to State House, they will present the judgment to the President, and they will come and read before a court of law. Justice Madan did it. Justice Majid Koka did it. And you can go to the records. Mr. Speaker, this creation of the ombudsman is creating fear, intimidation into judges. Mr. Speaker, minorities all over the world, including Kenya, including myself, our savior is the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, you know what happened after the Supreme Court nullified our elections. And I want to confess and apologize to the judiciary and the people of Kenya. I didn't say, but my party said that we shall revisit. With this ombudsman, the revisiting has started. Mr. Speaker, will this not mean that judges will work under the intimidation and under the whims of what the executive tells it to do? How shall a judge do their work, render their judgment that are free and fair? Can judges who are likely to be intimidated by the executive ensure, number one, that the justice shall be done to all Kenyans, irrespective of status? The answer is no. Mr. Speaker, a classical example of a member in this House is Honorable T.J. Kajwang. If under this system, T.J. Kajwang today could have been charged with treason of what he did in Uhuru Park. But because we are an independent judiciary, my colleague and a friend, T.J. Kajwang, sits in this House today. Honorable member of Emuro Dikiri has many pending cases. Number two, Mr. Speaker, that justice shall not be delayed. The answer is no. That justice shall be administered without undue regard to other matters, and the purpose and principles of the Constitution shall be protected and promoted. The answer is no. Mr. Speaker, for these reasons, let me go on record on the Hansard that the office of the Judicial Ombudsman shall bring an end to the independency of the judiciary that we fought for many years. If this passes, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the second schedule, to which this bill is introducing additional 70 constituencies. Mr. Speaker, somebody should tell us why 19 counties should be left. Why should 19 counties be left? Kakamega has 12 constituencies. Kiambu has 12 MPs today. In this bill, Kiambu is getting over 13 constituencies. Kakamega is getting about 3. Compare what Legale did. Mr. Speaker, look at North Horr. North Horr is equivalent to the former Western, Central, and Nyanza constituency combined. Somebody is telling us North Horr does not deserve a constituency. Look at Ijara, where even the chairman of the BBI, the late Haji, comes from. Ijara is 25,000 square kilometers with over 300,000 population. Tell us what is wrong with Wajir South. Mr. Speaker, enough is said. Speaker, if you allow me, I will finish with a Chinese proverb. And I want the women of this House to respect me. I had no choice. I read a Chinese proverb, Mr. Speaker, and allow me just to quote that Chinese proverb. It is very important for this House to hear, because the Chinese proverb is exactly going to tell us what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, I read a book, and the Chinese proverb, and I really want the ladies in the House to respect me, that you will only, we ask for consensus.
The time is over. Time is over. Honorable Maore. Honorable Maore. No. No. No, the proverb is going to be yours. Honorable Maore, proceed. No. Well, no. You know, Honorable Dwal, no. Anyway, just
Just the proverb. Just the proverb. Just the proverb. Okay. Mr. Speaker, just the proverb.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, just the proverb.
No. I would not expect that you digress.
Mr. Speaker, just the proverb important.
Just finish it.
Mr. Speaker, the Chinese proverb says, you will only realize the importance of dialogue, the importance of negotiation, the importance of peaceful resolution of conflicts when a mosquito lands on your testicles.
Thank you. Proceed, Honorable Maore. Honorable Maore. Honorable Maore.
Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the moment to plead with the House that when we are given time and wanted to plead for an addition, it is a good idea. But Mr. Speaker, very quickly, it is good to respond. Mr. Speaker, can I have my time starting now, being disrupted by this? Thank you. Now, Mr. Speaker, the times that we are facing in this country are very, very unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, they are unfortunate to the effect that we have leaders who have chosen the path of lies, path of destruction of the country, a path of misleading, a path of conniving. Mr. Speaker, if you can recall about the handshake, if you can recall about the handshake, it came to cool down this country. It came to help this country. It came to save this country from itself. Mr. Speaker, the unfortunate debate is that a part of that government did not recognize the handshake as a way of healing the country, but saw the handshake as a way of being denied the power. Mr. Speaker, if you listen to the sentiments by members opposed to this bill, they are not opposing it on the basis of the content. They are basing it on the issue that they are being sidelined. They don't say by who and how. Mr. Speaker, the politics in this bill are the ones we are addressing. You hear about the prices of maize, about the prices of tea, and about corona, and they're saying this is not the time. This is about the economy. Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's about the economy. The economy is being destroyed by corruption. The economy is being addressed in this BBI. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the people who have been disparaging the bill, they are actually borrowed-headed cowards. They don't want to mobilize and they say they will go and move a vote of no at the BBI. They have been fighting these stages on technicalities. They have been sponsoring litigation. They have been moving days and they're saying they want to talk. Talk about what? After 5 members have talked about a bill, Mr. Speaker, anybody coming thereafter is just a repetition. So what we need to understand, Mr. Speaker, when we are moving our country, there are those who don't feel comfortable when the country is being run well. And for this reason, Mr. Speaker, when they are cowards and they don't want to vote or no, they don't want to hear even people who are proposing and talking sensible things. Mr. Speaker, I've heard somebody saying that every county should have been given a seat in the BBI. Mr. Speaker, if you follow that pattern, this is what is being cured in the BBI. The counties were given seats based on population, not tracts of land like the one in North Ho. That kind of lie coming out of here is going to poison the country. It is population of Kiambu. It is population of Nakuru. It is population of Nairobi. It is population of Meru to get 2 seats. Anybody who says that you are being denied a condition, that's why you should fight the bill, don't be a liar as a leader. Look at the country and tell them the truth. Mr. Speaker, as I continue, when you say you don't remember about the ruling by the Speaker when he said that he gave direction, Mr. Speaker, a member of this House who was here, a nearly 2-hour ruling by the Speaker actually took most of our debate. And I would only want to raise a small point here. When we want to hear those who are advocating for tracts of land in the standard population, the BBI is very clear. They want to advocate for 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling. And it is for that reason you will find if we are to double the revenue or put from 15 to 35%, if you go to a county like Meru, they will move from 9 to 18 billion. If you go to Nyandarua, it will be from 4 billion, 4.8 to 7 billion. Nyeri, 5.4 to 9.8. Nairobi, 15.9 to 31.5. Kirinyaga, 4.2 to 8.3. Muranga, 6.3 to 10.8. Nakuru, 10.7 today to 21 billion. Kiambu, 9.4 billion, 18.5. Mr. Speaker, if you are fighting BBI, you need to look at those people from those counties that I have mentioned and tell them this is what you are fighting. Smile at them. Mock them. Show them how your politics is very important. Mr. Speaker, those who say that you are not able to deliver 15%, you may have a problem in delivering that 5%, are just bald-headed liars again, Mr. Speaker. We are talking about the revenue collected in a specific year. That from this year onwards, if the BBI goes through, anybody, when you collect your revenue, you will be able to share that 5% to the devolved units, and whatever is left, you do at the national level. So let us not use propaganda. Let us not incite the people. And when you do it, be very honest. And as I've again said, the rebellion or the civil war has been within the Jubilee Party, specifically within our region of Mount Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when the president organized to talk to leaders on January 29th, the leaders from the same region sat down and they did, Mr. Speaker, exactly 11 pages of an insult after insult on every paragraph on the president. These are problems that we will need to handle in Mount Kenya after the BBI and during the BBI. Mr. Speaker, we want to hear leaders standing and saying how brilliant they are by saving their people, not by seeking political possessions of our future government when they are discrediting and disparaging the current government, which they should be able to deliver the promises they got in this 2017 to 2022, not about a government that is coming in 2023. Put a covenant, let it be in writing. It is now written in BBI, not written in some game reserves where the lions are roaring and you are being scared like children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall we have Honorable Martin Owino?
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, allow me to thank God for the gift of life, that today I can stand here to debate on this important amendment bill. Also, I want to thank God for the two statesmen, President Uhuru Kenyatta and my party leader, Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, who have committed themselves and resolved to make this country become and remain productive and prosperous. Mr. Speaker, a word of wisdom has it that you cannot solve a problem if you don't understand it. And this is what we are going through here in this House. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow Kenyans to kill themselves every election through bullets, machetes, you name it, and maim themselves. Some are displaced, some are suffering PTSD after years because of election. This amendment bill is trying to correct this so that we can remain peaceful even after election. Mr. Speaker, freedom of association is in the Constitution. But I can remember vividly after the election when my party leader wanted to address the concerned members. Mr. Speaker, we went to another field in Eastlands, only to find out that the whole field was pasted by feces, human waste. And you wonder when that became a security tool. The second point, Mr. Speaker, because people have labored on so many, is that accountability, when members will be taken from this House, accountability does not really refer to them being called like we call the ministers now. Mr. Speaker, the first employers of every MP in this House are the constituents. And I can remember, Mr. Speaker, during Moi's time, there was a very famous 1 o'clock. You can either be fired there or be announced to be in. But members, if we were fired then, could come up and say, thank you, Mr. President. Because you stood with your conscience and did what was right, you thank the President, and you know very well that your employer still remains. Mr. Speaker, with the new constitution, that safety net was removed. And therefore, all the CSS and all the appointees are working at the whim of the presidency. And that kind of boldness went with that. So this House will bring back that sanity, and I know that will save a lot of resources. Because you're not afraid of, you can go back to your constituency and still stand with what you believe. I think that is very important. The third point, which will help us in accountability, Mr. Speaker, is that this House will have an empowered opposition wing to operate an office and also to stand tall to keep the government in check. That is missing now. We only use our committees, who sometimes call this CSS, they don't come, or will not come, send the CAS. It's a very frustrating moment to this House. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the problem, the time bomb, are youth in this country. This amendment is stating clearly that we are going to have a commission who will be addressing the priority setting for those youth, who will be addressing the career development and guidance so that when they finish school they can be employed. We'll be addressing also capacity building, but more so the entrepreneurship, so that this youth can be guided to form businesses. And there is a moratorium on taxes, so they can only pay tax after 7 years. Mr. Speaker, the time for white-collar jobs are gone. For us to help our youth, we have to embrace skill-based training and also institutions in our rural facilities. Mr. Speaker, another important point that is mentioned in this bill is economy and shared prosperity. Mr. Speaker, as we talk in this House, there is a discrepancy between, in development, between rural areas and urban development. Things are so skewed that other regions are more developed and others are not. We talk of highways, which is good for the national good, yes, but if I drive here nicely and the people of Ndewa cannot even remove their cane from the farms to the factory, how does that help our country? So this bill is amending, this amendment bill will bring some bridge gaps between that. Mr. Speaker, we are talking of GDP. Sometimes we are very proud we are doing 5%, 6%. How does that translate into household income? Some people are very poor. Some people have nothing to eat. Mr. Speaker, they say Seychelles is the most prosperous country because apart from GBD, they also measure their economical gain in terms of wealth per household. I think that will be addressed here. But more so, we cannot afford a country where others have leftovers and others go empty, where others are sleeping in mansions and others have no roof over their head. Others bath with hot water, drink cold water, and others travel miles for dirty water. Others have land chunks of land, and others are squatters. This is what this bill is going to cure, so that we can have inequality. Lastly, let me quote this great son of Kenyans, J.M. Kariuki. He said, that time nation was consisted of 10 millionaires and 10 millions of beggars. Now maybe it is.
Honorable Kositani Kareb.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the people of Soy constituency who sent me to this house and who are my employers to give my views on this constitutional amendment bill. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, allow me to thank 3 O's, I'm calling them the 3 O's, who sat in the committee that came up with this bill: Otiende Amolo, Orengo, and Omugeni. I congratulate them because they were appointed in that committee based on merit, and unfortunately, because they stood by the truth and they stood by the law which they are so schooled and understand, one of them has been removed from a parliamentary committee. Mr. Speaker, this BBI bill is widely spoken about, but very unpopular. There is a Swahili saying, and allow me, Mr. Speaker, to say, kizuri chajitembeza, kibaya chajiuza. Mr. Speaker, I am very uncomfortable debating this bill at the moment when we have more serious priorities as a country. Other nations are discussing how to vaccinate their populations. Other nations are discussing how to manufacture the vaccines. But we are the only country in the world in the midst of a pandemic that are discussing a change of the constitution. Mr. Speaker, I am very reserved when I hear my colleagues and we calling this a popular initiative. Mr. Speaker, as an elected member from Uasin Gishu County, which is benefiting by getting 3 constituencies that we never asked for, because our views were not there. Mr. Speaker, there are members in this House who will vote yes, yet their counties are losing. And not because they accept that their counties lose, but because of the intimidation and coercion that is going on with this bill. Mr. Speaker, from where I sit, the views of the people of Uasin Gishu County were not collected in a popular manner. We normally, whenever, even during the 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, when we were collecting views, they came to Eldoret Town Hall, where there were public address system. All the people who wanted to contribute, contributed. But this time they came and went to a hotel called Nobo and called those yes people, the robots who would go and just were choreographed
to go and give the contributions that would favor the BBI. Mr. Speaker, this bill, and that is why I say I thank the 3 O's, because this bill has given observations, and they have stated on page 155 of the committee's report, paragraph 556, that this issue of additional constituencies is unconstitutional. Mr. Speaker, I have said, as was in Gishu County, we are benefiting. We are getting 3 constituencies, which we didn't ask of. But, Mr. Speaker, I do not want us as the people of Wasingishu to benefit on unconstitutional matters. We need to rectify this so that we move forward as a country. Mr. Speaker, I have seen, and it is evident, that there is a big hurry on this BBI debate. There is a big hurry to try and end this debate. Who is this who is in so much of a hurry that doesn't want us to speak to this report, Mr. Speaker? The Speaker made a ruling when I gave a preliminary objection that the debate shall go on so long as there are members desirous of contributing, Mr. Speaker. We have seen messages going around that they will be voting in the afternoon. Mr. Speaker, we shall not vote in the afternoon until all members have been heard, Mr. Speaker, because that is what the law says, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are at a moment in our country whereby we are at a moment in our country.
Honorable Question, and I hope, Honorable Sotsi, I hope it's a point of order, not a point of argument. What is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to interrupt my good friend Kositani, but you are aware the Speaker made a ruling on the issue of constitution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you have realized...
Let Honorable Osotsi finish. Honorable Kositani, just have a minute. Let's hear from Honorable Osotsi. Give Honorable Osotsi the mic.
Mike, please. Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to interrupt my good friend Hostani, who is a former Secretary General of Jubilee, Deputy Secretary General. But you are aware the Speaker gave a ruling, comprehensive ruling, on the issue of constitutionality, and the Speaker said that a matter that appears to be unconstitutional, when it goes to a referendum and the people accept it, it becomes constitutional. So is it in order for Honorable Kositani to mislead this House on the issue of constitutionalities when the Speaker made a ruling? And Mr. Speaker, you need to be very clear. Members of Tanga who are engaging in irrelevancies.
Order, Honorable Kositani. Order.
Mr. Speaker.
Order, Honorable Kositani.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kositani, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, you will give me back my 2 minutes, which have been interrupted.
Honorable Osotsi, that was a bit of mischief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it is good to remind, Mr. Speaker, it is good to let us know who Osotsi represents in this House, because I represent the people of Soy having been voted in. And nominated MPs should give respect to elected members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we have been told, and in this report, the report has been captured that 12 counties debated the correct report. We have 34 counties which had a report which had errors. And I want to congratulate the members of the County Assembly of Wasingishu County, where I come from, because they decided to abstain after seeing that this issue had errors. Mr. Speaker, what is the assurance that we are giving Kenyans that even after passing this bill, if it does pass, that we shall have the correct bill going to the referendum? And even after the referendum, that we shall have the correct bill being ascended into law so that it may be practiced in this country. Mr. Speaker, we have been told, and Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of the African Inland Church, whereby we do not tell lies. There are a lot of lies in this report, Mr. Speaker, in this bill. We are being told that this bill is going to cure electoral violence. Mr. Speaker, the single denominator of electoral violence has been we have had elections and then people dispute the results. Where in this bill has the issue of electoral violence been addressed, Mr. Speaker? We are being told, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is going to bring cohesiveness. Where does this bill, where is it mentioned about cohesiveness in this bill, Mr. Speaker? We are being told, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is going to give us prosperity. Mr. Speaker, at the state of our economy, how will we prosper when we are going to be spending 14 billion for this referendum, when we should have put that 14 billion in agriculture, for example, Mr. Speaker, or other functions that will help our youth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying this, Mr. Speaker. We call upon our judiciary, and I would say that the introduction of the seat of the Ombudsman is going to interfere with the independence of the judiciary, and we as Kenyans, we must stand up and be able to stand for Kenyans. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the amendments on Article 230 will remove the constitutional mandate for the Parliamentary Service Commission, the Teachers Service Commission, the Judicial Service.
Honorable Sosion Wilson. Yes, you have been very, Honorable Sosion, Honorable Dual, you have been very persistent. What is it? I noted you are very persistent. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know whether it escaped your attention, but I wanted to draw to your attention that Honorable Kositeny remained standing throughout the time while Honorable Osotsi was raising a point of order. Is that in order, no, Honorable Speaker?
It is not in order, Honorable Kositeny, although that has left the station, but
I needed it
Kositeny now is well informed. Honorable Sosion, please proceed.
It had to go on record.
It's still on his feet again.
No, it had to go on record.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the Kenya Constitutional Bill that is before this House, cognizant of the fact that this is a bill that will go to the referendum for the people of Kenya to take a decision through the vote. Mr. Speaker, there have been a lot of divergent feelings and even very emotional feelings about this process. But I wish to say, Mr. Speaker, this is normal. Those who hold divergent opinions about this bill at this very moment, of course, they are entitled for now. But I would wish to say, Honorable Speaker, situations change. And some of the hard positions we take at the moment, we will realize in the long run that really they were not the right ones at that time. And therefore, in looking at this bill, it is important to appreciate the origin of this bill. The origin of this bill is the numerous cycles of elections that have been accompanied by violence. And Honorable Speaker, I'm speaking here on behalf of the workforce of this country, the working men and women who are often and every now and again affected by election violence. Mr. Speaker, from 1992, the ethnic clashes, it is still fresh in the minds of all of us and in the minds of voters in every election period. The violence of 97, but in 2002, Honorable Speaker, there was a resolve by Kenyans, and Kenyans were voted globally as the most optimistic citizens because of the obtaining situation at that time of coming up with a political coalition. In 2007, Honorable Speaker, we lost it, and we have kept losing it. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the import of this bill with the issues that are identified, the 9 of them, should not raise a lot of emotion, but we should give Kenyans a chance to take a decision on this. Ethnic antagonism and competition, nepotism, of course, has been practiced by previous governments, probably out of fear. And it is our belief that probably allowing this bill to go through will make a difference. Honorable Speaker, I remember in 2002, the current president, Uhuru Kenyatta, while a candidate of KANU, said very clearly that this country shall not offer free education. That was a position. But the presidential candidate of the National Coalition promised free education. And indeed, eventually, currently in 2021, Uhuru Kenyatta, the president, is a passionate supporter of free public education. So situations change. And where we are at the moment, looking at the constitutional claim of the citizens of this country and democratization of this country, we should not be, as a parliament, an impediment to this process. But we should allow the process to proceed to the next stage. Mr. Speaker, as a workforce, we have been part and parcel of struggling for democratic governance in this country. And even in 2017, it was our earnest desire that there be a government of a framework of a government of national unity prior to election. And as you have seen from figures, in 2007, the economy slumped from 7% to 1.6%. That means job losses, and that means lives lost. And in 2007, Honorable Speaker, after the elections, I had an opportunity of visiting, together with my union, the IDPs in Nakuru and in Eldoret. It is not something that we would wish to see again in this country. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as a labor movement, we are cognizant that a lot of benefits and gains in this bill that will stabilize the country and that will guarantee peaceful elections, stable economy, steady economy. Kenya would be a middle-income country now, and a country that would be so robust with an assurance of jobs, with an assurance of good environment for businesses if we tackle the issue of elections, if we tackle the issue of violence, if we tackle the issue of corruption. The 9 issues that have been placed before us by the leaders of this country should be a covenant and a commitment that must be implemented once this bill is passed. Honorable Speaker, even as we support this, because we look at the greater gains, we know, one, as a workforce, we might be losing our voice in the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. And the infrastructure of SRC in the envisaged bill should not take away the voice of workers. Whoever will be the President of the Republic should ensure that the representation of workers in the SRC is sustained. As workers, we are losing the slot of nomination in the National Assembly. And it is our belief that moving forward, we should still be able, as a country, to ensure that workers are represented through other avenues. Mr. Speaker, we even contemplated to have membership of constituent representative in the Teacher Service Commission, but this should be captured in the statute. It is our belief that the parliamentary system, the hybrid model.
Honorable Kingala Makau, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been waiting for this chance for long. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, let me say that I am supporting this BBI. Why? Mr. Speaker, if you look at the journey, from the time the handshake took place between Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Mr. Speaker, the economy of this country has improved somehow until when COVID struck. Mr. Speaker, from the 27th of March, some of us were in the streets of Nairobi fighting for democracy, fighting for rights. Mr. Speaker, this BBI is going to be the savior, the redeemer of the marginalized. And when I speak here, Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking like many people who are saying that they are speaking on behalf of their people. Yes, indeed, I'm speaking on behalf of Mavoko people and Machakos County at large. Mr. Speaker, it is very easy for us to understand. And in fact, more reason why I'm wondering, the opponents of BBI are saying this is not without public participation. Mr. Speaker, this is a popular initiative. Mr. Speaker, there are some communities, when their leaders speak, they say they don't want to read anymore. Mr. Speaker, in addition to Raila and Uhuru coming together, my party leaders, Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, together with Musalia Mudavadi, together with Gideon Moi, together with Wetangula, came together and warmed this relationship that BBI is going to sail through and going to help people. Mr. Speaker, why am I speaking about this? In very many times, this country, the national cake, has been divided through units. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the BBI, it is coming here, and I have seen in Mavoko, for example, in Machakos County, yes, maybe we have gotten some more constituencies. That is the only way, Mr. Speaker, we are going to ensure that there is equity. Mr. Speaker, when I look at my constituency, Mavoko County, sub-county, Mr. Speaker, I have more than 500,000 people. And I am receiving the same CDF with someone who has 50, 60,000 people. This is a time, Mr. Speaker, when I look at this BBI giving me an extra constituency. Mr. Speaker, I feel there will be adequate representation. So, Mr. Speaker, again, you know, I heard somebody speak of Kakamega, Kiambu. Indeed, those were the beneficiaries of the then colonial divisions. Mr. Speaker, today, if every ward in Machakos County is going to get a development fund, that means there will be development streaming down to common Mwananchi, where roads were not there. Today, I'm an embarrassed person, Mr. Speaker. I bound Nairobi here. When you go to Syokimau, there is only one tarmac road. Mr. Speaker, with increased revenues to the counties, it means those people who live in Machakos County and Mavoko will now benefit through developments. Mr. Speaker, I also pride that in this House, I represent more than 50 members of Parliament who live in my constituency. And I think, members, it is high time I requested you, if you want us to have more development, your Kera monies now, you should donate to me so that I make those roads for you. So when I hear people here, when I hear members here, Mr. Speaker, saying that the BBI is not a good thing, then I don't understand, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Machakos County will get 35% of the last audited accounts. Mr. Speaker, if we have walked this journey of 15%, how about 35%? Mr. Speaker, you know, this should not be a political debate. I know there are opponents and proponents, and now I speak for the proponents. Mr. Speaker, when you look at clause 3, I have seen what BBI wants to cure. The SMEs, Mr. Speaker, now they will be funded through the government, and it's anchored in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I have heard people saying that the word fund won't be there. It has been shown that it's going to be anchored in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, time is gone when governors were mistreating MCAs who don't sing to their tune. With this introduction of the word fund, Mr. Speaker, MCAs will be doing development, not necessarily being puppets of the governor. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important for this House, for lots of reasons, mostly for people who come from marginalized areas, those that have never had this national cake being distributed equally. So, Mr. Speaker, when I look at it, and indeed it goes ahead, Kenya now will be able to deepen and widen the regional integration. And it is anchored in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I urge members, I urge the opponents of BBI to be sober. Think through this document. We pass it. And this Constitution has been there since 2010. For 10 years, we have seen what it has done. Mr. Speaker, most cases in our courts have been there for 10 years. So when I hear there is no independence of judiciary because the president is going to introduce an ombudsman who is going to check the judges of this country, Mr. Speaker, even them, they need to be checked the way we are checked here as members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we cannot give so much freedom just because someone is a judge. There must be a reason. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Now, BBI seeks to make members of parliament serve in the cabinet. Mr. Speaker, that means service delivery to Mwananchi will be very thorough because we will be dressing them down in this house, and Mr. Speaker, efficiency will increase. It will not be like what is happening today, Mr. Speaker. I know each and every member here are skewed in a CS's office, and they have no regard for you. They only have regard for one person, the appointing authority. So, Mr. Speaker, we should support this BBI like yesterday, because I know with it, Kalonzo is going to be the president of this country, and the least, maybe a prime minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support. Thank you.
Jawab Honorable Chachu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, I rise to support the Constitutional Amendment of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020. This is a constitutional amendment. Mr. Speaker, this is a constitutional moment. This is the first time as the House of Parliament we are debating a bill through a popular initiative. Mr. Speaker, everything considered, or literally considered, this bill is a good bill, and Mr. Speaker, sir, it will really enable this country to grow to greater heights. Mr. Speaker, there are critical issues that this bill tries to resolve. Among others, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the issue of divisive politics. It promotes gender equity and governance. It strengthens the structure of devolution. It increases funding to our devolved units. It enables sharing of power, which promotes national unity and cohesion. Mr. Speaker, sir, it further strengthens accountability in our public resources and enables us to fight the enduring culture of corruption. Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 11A on economy and shared prosperity anchors the aspiration of the new economic model based on value creation. It further provides equitable opportunity for all the people, promotes industrialization, and supports small and micro enterprise development. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the issue of national cohesion and inclusivity, Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill tries to unite Kenyans and enables us to be more inclusive as a society. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are a very diverse society, and we should celebrate our diversity and enable further inclusion. Mr. Speaker, sir, we still recall the election violence of 2007-2008, when we almost lost this nation called Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, even then, in 2008, it is the 10th Parliament, of which I was a member, which amended the Constitution and enabled the National Code to become a reality. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period of National Code, we had relative peace, our economy prospered, and most profoundly, we ushered a new constitutional order by promulgating the 2010 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, this was after decades of struggles for new constitution in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, this constitution enabled us to have relative peace. It enabled us to even manage our electoral disputes through Supreme Court, an institution established by 2010 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the past, we used to sort out our disputes through by killing each other in the streets and through other modes of election violence. Mr. Speaker, sir, on equitable share for counties, the Speaker, sir, clause 50 of the bill proposes to amend Article 203 on equitable share and other financial laws. The amendment increases the money percentage allocated to county governments from current 50 to 35%.
Honorable Chachu, I guess you're not reading word for word. You are referring to your notes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the increased allocation will strengthen further devolution and ensure good governance in our counties. Mr. Speaker, sir, however, I have a serious problem with the issue of capping principle, which states, Mr. Speaker, sir, I quote, the average amount of money allocated per person to a county with the highest allocation does not exceed 3 times the average amount per person allocated to a county with the lowest allocation. So, Speaker, sir, this is a deliberate design in this constitution to marginalize poor countries, which have been very poor and historically so, such as Mandera, Marsabit, Lamu, Isolo, among others, as they are considered to be getting more share of equitable share as per the current constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, on issue of representation, this bill seeks to amend Chapter 7 of the Constitution on representation of the people. The goal is to enhance equity, transparency, fairness, and fairness of the electoral process. Mr. Speaker, sir, the amendment is largely biased on one man, one vote principle, and is biased and discriminative to Kenyans from vast constituencies like Northern, where I come from. Mr. Speaker, sir, these Kenyans, like other Kenyans, deserve fair and effective representation. Access to effective representation means having reliable means of communication and access to their representative. Mr. Speaker, sir, for a vast constituency such as Northor, with 38,953 square kilometers, with a diameter of 800 kilometers, Mr. Speaker, sir, the principle of one man, one vote, without considering other parameters such as land mass and a means of communication, is extremely unfair and denies these Kenyans effective representation. Mr. Speaker, sir, this amendment, which increases the number of constituencies from 290 to 360, denies the people of Northor fair representation. In terms of land mass, Mr. Speaker, sir, Northor covers 7% of Kenya's land mass. Marsabit County covers 25% of Kenya's land mass. Mr. Speaker, sir, Northor constituency is larger than 4 former provinces of Western, Nyanza, Central, and 7 Nairobis combined. Mr. Speaker, sir, once this bill is ratified by Kenyans through referendum, these 4 provinces, Mr. Speaker, sir, will have 156 constituencies, represented by 156 MPs, while Northern will still only have 1, having gained 30 new more constituencies. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to make a case using Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, sir, in 1998, Nairobi had 8 constituencies, Marsabit had only 4. In 2013, Nairobi constituency increased to 17, Marsabit remained at 4. Mr. Speaker, sir, in 2022, once this bill goes through, Nairobi will have 29 constituencies, while Marsabit remain with only 4. Mr. Speaker, in the last, from 1988 to 2022, Nairobi constituency will have increased the constituency from 8 to 29, yet Marsabit will barely have 4. Mr. Speaker, sir, since 1963, at independence, 15 years ago, Marsabit County got only 1 constituency. That is 1998, when Sark was carved out of Northor, what was then called Marsabit North constituency. Mr. Speaker, sir, the whole principle of equality of vote, which is based on 1 parameter, which is population quota, is very discriminative and denies partially proprietary Kenyans fair representation. Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 89 of the current Constitution and the bill and BBI are very serious reservations. Mr. Speaker, this necessary me in 10th Parliament, as a member of Constitutional Review Committee of this House in 10th Parliament, to seek for, to demand for article for self-determination, which were negotiated, which I was not able to realize. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, Kenyans from these areas, if we keep denying them the effective representation, will one day demand for that. And that's the time, Mr. Speaker, sir, serious crisis will come. Mr. Speaker, sir, Kenyans from those areas, like the Basa Wabera and others, have fought for this country. Fought through the secession movement when wanted to succeed. But Mr. Speaker, sir, they even lost their lives. That's what we call Wabera Street here in Nairobi. That's a
Your Honorable Chachu, your space is gone. Now, the next person is Honorable Patrick Wainaina. But before you, I will take the discretion to give Honorable Danita to speak before you. Honorable Danita, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to thank you for the opportunity to offer my unequivocal support to the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020. Mr. Speaker, I speak and I support this bill, Mr. Speaker, because it is a bill that has the best interests of this country, Mr. Speaker. It is a bill for the common wananchi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is a bill that seeks to look at marginalized persons, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that when we are talking, Mr. Speaker, about shared prosperity, Mr. Speaker, communities and people, Mr. Speaker, that have traditionally, Mr. Speaker, been left behind are on board. Mr. Speaker, it is a bill for us as members of parliament. It is a bill for Kenya, Mr. Speaker, and it is a bill for our children's children, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not a bill that is a bill for people who are selfish, Mr. Speaker, and I want to ask my colleagues, especially my colleagues who are opposing, Mr. Speaker, to support this bill because, Mr. Speaker, it speaks for Kenya. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing as good as a bill that, Mr. Speaker, even long after we are gone from this parliament, Mr. Speaker, we will say we tried to put strategies, Mr. Speaker, to help our people. Mr. Speaker, sir, the BBI bill, Mr. Speaker, has been propelled, Mr. Speaker, by the President and by the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Mr. Speaker, the reason so many of us, and especially so many of us women, are seated in this house today, Mr. Speaker, is because of the efforts of Raila Odinga. Mr. Speaker, women representatives in this house, women representatives and nominated members, especially also in this house, Mr. Speaker, are the efforts of Raila Odinga, who created, Mr. Speaker, and brought about the issue of having affirmative action, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we are here as women of this country. Marginalized women, Mr. Speaker, women of modest means, Mr. Speaker, who could otherwise not be anywhere. So I feel funny, Mr. Speaker, when I see women who have become here are opposing a situation where the Right Honorable Raila Odinga has gone beyond looking at us and looking at Kenya, Mr. Speaker, now. Because BBI seeks now to look at other people. It is not about Parliament itself. It is about resources mashinani. It is about resources going to mashinani, Mr. Speaker, so that our ward representatives, Mr. Speaker, right in the middle of our village, Mr. Speaker, can get an allocation that they can use to develop the ward, to develop a hospital, to develop a dispensary, to create a borehole, Mr. Speaker, to provide water for our people. Mr. Speaker, it is about the common mwananchi. And I want to ask members to not look at members of Parliament as a house. We have to look at where the majority of Kenyans live, mashinani, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, when the bill proposes to create a ward development fund in mashinani, Mr. Speaker, in a ward, what members and people should be talking about now is how to strengthen their ward representatives, so that this ward rep, Mr. Speaker, who is the president of a ward, can be able to actually ensure that the over 20 million allocation that he's going to get every year, he's going to develop his ward. Because, Mr. Speaker, the spirit of devolution is to develop mashinani. Mr. Speaker, sir, 5% of the allocation that goes to counties are going to the ward reps. Mr. Speaker, sir, BBI seeks to strengthen our counties. Mr. Speaker, sir, 35% allocation into counties, Mr. Speaker, is going to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, we have our women taken care of. Mr. Speaker, sir, healthcare is an issue. Healthcare is devolved, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am a strong proponent in this house, Mr. Speaker, that whenever a woman carries a pregnancy, Mr. Speaker, to term, there must be a healthy child that is delivered, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we must be talking about, Mr. Speaker. Ward Development Fund, Mr. Speaker, for the first time, members of Parliament must appreciate, and they are going to appreciate, that the CDF, Mr. Speaker, has been entrenched by this BBI. Mr. Speaker, sir, many of us went to school through CDF. Many of us have been educated, and we sit in this house, Mr. Speaker, through the bursary allocation under CDF, Mr. Speaker. Why on earth would I not support BBI, Mr. Speaker, so that many other children become like me in this house, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, sir, it is a historical bill, Mr. Speaker. And whenever we are talking about a situation like this, Mr. Speaker, that is going to help Kenyans in this country, Mr. Speaker, we should not think that BBI is for Raila Odinga or BBI is for Uhuru Kenyatta. BBI is for Kenya, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, it is because when the proponents brought the issue of BBI, Mr. Speaker, to bring equality, Mr. Speaker, in this country, there are people here who are not supporting this idea from day one. They are the same people, Mr. Speaker, who are making it very difficult, Mr. Speaker, to support this BBI. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to ask on behalf of the people of Migori, because I come from Migori, Mr. Speaker, to support this BBI. Mr. Speaker, sir, I appeared before the BBI National Task Force, Mr. Speaker, in Nairobi, on behalf of, first of all, persons with disabilities, and on behalf of the people of Kuria community where I come from, Mr. Speaker. And we presented our views, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, although they were not completely captured, Mr. Speaker, I am happy that persons with disabilities, Mr. Speaker, for the first time are going to be represented in this house by 4 members of the National Assembly, an increase from the 2 that we have in the National Assembly now. Mr. Speaker, the issues of the Kenya Sign Language, the issues of implementing the Persons with Disabilities Act, Mr. Speaker, must ensure that that persons with disabilities are included. Mr. Speaker, we cannot talk about inclusivity in this country without persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, inclusivity is not just about a gender or about a tribe. We must look at the various diversities that are inclusivity. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to support and I wish to thank the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to say that we have a lot to gain as women of this country. We have a lot to gain as youth through the Youth Commission, Mr. Speaker. We have a lot to gain, Mr. Speaker, in this country so that persons with disabilities, so that our people and our youth, Mr. Speaker, are able to benefit. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, allow me, Mr. Speaker, to say that the issue of gender has been elusive. Mr. Speaker, gender is going to be addressed in this bill, Mr. Speaker. And we're not now going to be crying.
Honorable Django Patrick Wainaina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. I rise to support Constitutional Amendment, Bill number 2020. And I also want to state that I'm an independent member of Parliament, and I've been given this chance by my good people of Vika. So I wish to prosecute this bill very independently. I am also aware of how much interest this constitutional movement has generated among Kenyans. So it is time to tell them the truth. Mr. Speaker, the most significant change in this bill is devolvement of resources to NGCO. Mr. Speaker, what NG-CDF did to schools and security, World Fund will impact grassroots economy many times over. A serious game changer. Right now, an MCA cannot even repair a road in his village if he does not bow to the governor. Last weekend, we were treated to some drama, a whole DG in Kirinyaga repairing his village road using fork djembe. With World Fund allocation, this will give our MCAs a voice, ability to live according to their calling. The fact that the county allocation increases to 35% is a great step towards strengthening devolution. In the past, we have had national government losing 2 billion daily through insider theft, and not to say that county chiefs are any better, not by what we read from Auditor General reports, but I believe Wajiko will have better oversight of her resources when they are brought closer to her. But I dare add, any governor who uses the kitty prudently will in turn turn his county prudently will turn his or her county into second world in one term, reducing unemployment rate to a mere 10%. Yes, this can happen, but it is high time that our leaders stop this, what we call the living culture. It is repressive, it is retrogressive, to say the least.
What Honorable Mr. 001, what is out of order now?
What is that, Speaker?
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Django, please have your seat. Honorable Sankok, what is it?
Honorable Speaker, according to our standing orders, we should be contributing without reading. Some of these notes will have been written by strangers out of this house. So, Honorable Speaker, you should be also...
Who is reading?
He is reading, Honorable Speaker, this. Honorable Wainaina. He's just reading directly.
Yeah, Honorable Django, you can only refer the notes, not read word for word, but you are attributed to refer to your notes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got my notes. I'm not reading my notes. I'm only referring to the points that I believe it is allowed to do that in this House. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the additional extra constituencies that we are getting, I really want to say that this House has been misled by Honorable Duale, saying that we are going to, Kiambu County is going to have 13 extra constituencies, which is wrong. Kiambu County is getting only 6 extra constituencies, but I also want to say, by additional of these constituencies, the Ika constituency has a bursary kit of 25 million with 10,000 applications. With those applications, I'm only able to give my people only about 2,000 shillings. And I know in this House, there are some constituencies that are giving their students anywhere to the tune of 50,000 to 100,000 per student. So my question is, where is the fairness in all this? Mr. Speaker, I want to say that these constituencies that are being given the least amount of money are the constituencies that produce the biggest amount of taxes. So this is a cow that has been producing milk, but if we are not careful, one day it will produce water instead of milk. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me say I'm very, very pretty excited because of the change that has come in the National Assembly, that members of National Assembly can become, can sit in the cabinet. And I want to pick an example and say that for the longest, this relationship between MPs and the cabinet secretaries has really gone to the lowest level. And I'll give you an example. Even when a cabinet secretary is visiting my constituency in Thika, they make sure that they do not inform me for whatever reason. And I find that I take offense in this, in that when they come, I know one CS, I don't want to mention names, but this CS, he comes to my constituency, gives those instructions, do not let the member of parliament know. He comes to a school that I have used 4.5 million to develop, just to bring that a desk's worth of 60,000 shillings. And even then, it's a big shame indeed. And even then, when they bring these desks, he comes with fuel guzzlers that are costing this government 300,000 shillings. And then this CS has got the guts to tell my people, do not call your area MP. So I just read one mischief there. This person does not want to be oversighted by the area MP. And having these people sit in our house here, we can be able to ask the hard questions. We expect good answers. So I think this will be a very, very good change coming with this amendment. Mr. Speaker, I would just call that Madaro Dogo Dogo because it's not helping me, it's not helping him, it's not helping the people of Thika, it's not helping the Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to use these extra minutes that I have just to very quickly say that any document of this sort, it could be having very good things, it could be having some bad things. There are some things in BBI that I totally do not support. There are some things, the bloated parliament, I do not support. I also do not believe, I totally don't believe that we are going to have any cohesion at the top. All our communities, 42 of them, I don't think by appointing 3 people at the top, I don't see how it's going to bring peace. I don't see how it's going to support anybody here in terms of integration. So I still want to say that by and large, this document has hit 80% of our expectations. So I would really recommend that let us bring money down to Wanjiko. Mr. Speaker, sir, a very quick one before I want to use this final minute that I have to say that I want to remind our government that COVID-19 is really hitting. We have not done much. I know countries like Israel, I know a country like Botswana, who are almost having herd immunity because they did the right thing. They talked to the pharmaceuticals, they've got the vaccinations. So what I would want to ask my government, let us think out of the box. There are people who can be able to pay for vaccinations, they can pay. Let the government bother with the people who cannot pay. Let us do this inside 3 months. We can vaccinate our people inside 3 months. We can open our economy today. What are we waiting for? God bless Kenya.
Honorable Manje.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this chance to support this amendment. So I want to say from the word go that I support this constitutional amendment 2020 and say it brings us to what we are supposed to be doing as Kenyans. We should make sure that we make Kenyans live together. By the introduction of these ethos in our constitution, I think it is like reminding ourselves what we are supposed to do as a country to live together. Mr. Speaker, I feel as Kenyans we should share our resources together equitably. We should feel together as Kenyans. Just like the way our forefathers sat together and created a country called Kenya, we should make sure that it works using whichever method. And I think this idea of trying to change in the Constitution, I think, is the right way to go. Mr. Speaker, also, we should make sure that we pay taxes together as Kenyans. not some people paying and others enjoying. And that's why I think the introduction of Clause 18A to remind us our responsibility is coming in handy at this particular point. Mr. Speaker, also, we should respect the rule of law together if we want to make a nation that we are proud of. Then we have to make sure that we grow together as a country and also celebrate together. In saying, this article, Clause 11A, I think is very appropriate on economy and shared prosperity, that tries to make sure that the economy of this country is properly anchored, and also what is realized is properly distributed. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want also to comment on the amendment of Article 89A, where the number of constituencies are added from 290 to 360. I think I support this point because of, I think, 3-4 issues. One, there will be that equitable representation of Kenyans in various areas. I think the formula that was used, and it was explained in the House, the drafters took the population of the country, 47.6 million, divided by 360 to get approximately 133,000 per every constituency. And those who are talking of the were not added constituency here and there, they should use that formula and check whether it is working. Because I have tried it in our county, in other several counties, and I've realized if you divide the number of population and you divide by 360, you'll find roughly the constituencies will have about equal representation in this country. This is a very scientific way which I think will solve the problem of getting constituencies along political idea the way we have been doing in this particular country. Mr. Speaker, also, it will enable us to equitably distribute resources, for example, through CDF and World Fund, if representation is okay. Where I think I differ on that one is where we don't know why we do, for example, census in this country when it comes to movement of constituencies. I tend to think one of the objectives of census, like the census that we had in 2019, is to assess the spatial distribution of Kenyans. And you will find that it also captures the urbanization, how people migrate from the rural areas to the urban areas. And I tend to think in this particular constituency, we could not have protected some constituencies. I know there's about 12 counties that have constituencies that were protected, like Taita Taveta, Lamu, Nyeri, etc. I tend to think while we are adding constituencies, we should rule some counties should be losing constituencies. We should have a fixed number, and this number should now be 360, which should be our electoral numbers in this particular country. In other words, I'm saying if, for example, people move from Nairobi to Kitengela, Kajiado earns one constituency and Nairobi loses one constituency, that way we are going to have a fixed number of members of parliament in this parliament. Just the way USA, our elder brother, does in the United States. There is always some counties, some states that loses seats. For example, their last year census, I think states like Texas gained 2, Colorado, Florida, Montana, North Carolina lost, gained also 1 constituency, while states like Illinois, California, Michigan lost 1 seat each because of the population migration. We believe there will always be growth and also dynamics which will make people move from one area to another. So in the future, we should make sure that these constituencies remain 360, and the movement will make some counties lose constituencies while others gain constituency. Mr. Speaker, also I want to mention about devolution and say I support the amendment of Article 203 to increase the number, the amount of fund going to the constituency from 15 to 35, and also anchoring CDF in the constitution and also ward fund. By doing that, I think it will enable us have resources on the ground. And also the use of formula, making sure that all Kenyans, wherever they are, no Kenyan will get more than 3 times another Kenyan in another county. So that is a support that I want to say. And also say we have a country that we have to make sure that we develop, and let us join hands Kenyans to support this document so that we can have a good country. I support the document.
Honorable Getawa Irimo. Honorable Jango, you must give space to Honorable Wairimu to contribute. Don't over-engage her on that conversation.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to air my views on 2020 Constitutional Amendment Bill. On the onset, Honorable Speaker, I oppose this bill with reasons. Number one, although we were told that this bill is a popular initiative, my people in Nyandarua were not involved whatsoever, and they have not even seen the whole document up to now. So there is no way we can support something that we have not seen. Number two, this amendment, according to the BBI proponents, is to resolve the winner takes it all election system. To me, this is not convincing enough, because in an election, we must have a winner and a loser. But we know the problem that we have been having in this country. There are some people who never accept results. We have also been told that different county assemblies received different BBI reports. Furthermore, the report that was sent to the Senate and the one that we have here is also different. And my question is, what document are we going to take to Wajiko for referendum? That's a question that I have. Honorable Speaker, politics is local. For me, in Nyandarua, we have nothing to celebrate in this BBI. We've been told that members were consulted in creation of constituencies. We were never consulted. And let me tell you, for the people of Nyandarua to listen to what BBI has, we demand for a constituency. That is why I cannot support this bill. I have a problem with that. My other issue is moving the county MPs from the National Assembly to the Senate. Our position has a social responsibility that has a kitty. If we are moved to the Senate, the responsibilities differ. So that means there will be no one to look at the less vulnerables in this country. Who will look at the orphans? Who will look at after the orphans, the vulnerables, the PWDs? This is the responsibility of the women representatives. For me, I can never support something that is removing me from this position. Honorable Speaker, my other concern is that when this country, we are in crisis in this country. We have a pandemic in this country. And we have chosen to give a deaf ear to the suffering of the Kenyans and instead concentrate on issues that can wait until the pandemic is behind us. Honorable Speaker, the third wave in this pandemic is so fierce that we are looking at our people so helplessly. People are dying. Our hospitals are full. And here we are talking about constitutional change. I am so sure that we can stop this business and think about the welfare of our people. I'm sure we will have tomorrow to discuss BBI constitutional amendment. In addition, the government promised that we will have vaccines accessible to all Kenyans. Up to now, we don't have vaccines. We want to see booths distributed all over Kenya where people can walk in and get vaccinated. Honorable Speaker, the schools are opening next week. We should be thinking of how teachers are going to get vaccinated. This is an emergency for us, and we should be thinking of how we are going to save lives. Honorable Speaker, in today's paper, I was shocked to see that the CS Finance is planning to add 16% to bread. Can you imagine this? We are pushing our people to poverty. If the bread go up, the cost of living will be so high. And let me tell you, our people are suffering. We should think of them. In addition, the president said that all pending bills should be paid to all the suppliers and contractors. Up to now, 7 years down the line, they have not been paid. Some have died. Others have been auctioned. These are the things that we should be thinking about as a country. We are in crisis. We should not think of changing constitution when our people are dying. Thank you. I strongly oppose these amendments.
Honorable Olwach Tom. Information to who? Honorable. Yeah, she's done. Honorable Olwach.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and allow me to also add my support, unequivocal support, and those of my constituents. And let me begin by saying, this Honorable Speaker, that sometimes we do not appreciate the magnitude of the handshake and the weight of it at the steps of Harambee House on the 3rd of March 2 years ago. There are those who have said that this is not a popular initiative, it is an initiative by two people. Honorable Speaker, when that handshake was made at the steps of Harambee House, on one side of the hand was some 6+ million votes of President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. On the other side of that handshake, or of that hand, was 6+ million votes of His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga. You add that, Your Excellency, to the 4 million votes that appended their signature to the BBI, you find, Mr. Speaker, that you have a total of over 16 million Kenyans behind this. So we need to dispel from the very beginning this notion that has been touted that this is an initiative of two people. It is not. Behind those two hands are over 16 million votes, including the 4 million that appended their signature to this. Honorable Speaker, I was reminded as I was driving here this morning, the words of the late President of the United States, Barack Hussein Obama, at his first inauguration when he said, every so often, there comes a time in the history of a people, there comes a time that every generation finds in their time a situation in which history wants to turn. The question, Mr. Speaker, is on which side of history are you going to be? I am also...
Honorable Ngeno, why are you too agitated? What is leader here out of order?
No, the late president.
I'm shocked, Mr. Speaker, when somebody states that the late President of the United States of America, Mr. Obama is still alive. I wish he expunged from the Hansard and apologize to the family of Obama.
That must have been a grave. I didn't hear that, but if he did, then that I'm sure is an oversight. I'm sure he can clarify and correct that.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and the honorable members' correction is accepted. The words intended was former President of the United States, and the former President, allow me to rephrase again, said that every so often there comes a time in the generation of our people, that moment when history wants to turn. And he posed that question, which then I pose to us today as Parliament and as a nation, that on which side of history do you want to be? Mr. President, as I spoke of the more than 16 million people that are behind this handshake, I want to offer, Mr. Speaker, a right of reply on behalf of myself and these many people to a few misconceptions that have been peddled. One of them by Honorable Duale, the Member of Parliament for Garissa. Mr. Speaker, let us remind ourselves that there are people who oppose this constitution, the very constitution that was the reason why one person was the very first majority leader post-2010. The very same constitution that was opposed by the people who then became the very first beneficiary of the office of the Deputy President. Mr. Speaker, I was very surprised and dutifully informed by the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, who sat in the committee then that was looking at that constitution, that the reason that we did not have 40% to counties, a minimum was 40%, was because the team led by the Deputy President then refused and said that we must have a minimum of 15%. So when today we speak about bottoms-up approach, what bottoms-up approach when 15% that was intended to be 40% was by that very same Deputy President? Mr. Speaker, it is important that we ask ourselves on which side of history we want to be when it turns. And we know on which side of history the naysayers were. They refused to allow us to have 40%. They want the Constitution to collapse so that they go back and say, we are the ones who have saved you with the bottoms-up approach. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to address one last misconception before I go to the merits. There are those who have said, Mr. Speaker, that there is no necessity to amend the Constitution to put in place some of the things that have been put here. Let me remind you, and this was very eloquently canvassed or indicated by the Speaker when he spoke. When the people rise under Article 1 of the Constitution, read by 257, there is nobody who can stand in their way, whatever it is they want to do. Look at the preamble to that Constitution. It says, we the people. There is nothing that can stand in the way of we the people when they want to amend the Constitution. If the people decide that they want to put a referendum to make fishing a national sport, so be it. That is their wish, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to indicate two things. And one of them is the question of two-thirds gender rule. We had Duale 1, we had Duale 2. Now we have the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, and hanging against us the direction of the former Chief Justice to dissolve this parliament. Mr. Speaker, there is a question of inclusivity. And inclusivity should be looked at in different ways. Inclusivity of the youth, inclusivity of tribes, inclusivity of women, inclusivity of minorities, and everybody will sit at the table to ensure that Kenya becomes the country that we wanted it to be. So I lend my support.
Honorable Odhiambo Ochieng.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for granting me this opportunity to contribute to this debate on this historic bill.
That's the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020.
Honorable Gekaria, what is it? What is out of order, Honorable Gekaria?
Honorable Speaker, I want your guidance. Honorable Speaker, I was here at 8. And let me finish, Honorable Speaker. I was here at 8. And when I put my card, unfortunately, when Wanga wanted to speak, they gave her my mic. And I raised that issue with the then Speaker, Honorable Cheboy. Bakasai, I went down again. A second time, I put my card in. Again, I am Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker had ruled that I will remain at the number I was, because it's not my mistake. And I want to speak to this and support this very motion. Honorable Speaker, I beg.
Honorable Gekaria, I will trace. I will trace your issue, particularly if the Speaker actually pronounced himself on it. But for now, Honorable Ochieng.
Mr. Speaker, for that small interlude. Mr. Speaker, before I make my contribution to this bill, I wish to register special accolades to His Excellency President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga for placing our country on the pedestal of reconciliation and for forging a path of ethnic cohesion and national unity. Mr. Speaker, sir, these two Kenyans placed Kenya first. Mr. Speaker, let me thank you also for offering, the substantive Speaker offered a legal and procedural guidance to the House on the manner in which the bill would be considered. I also wish to thank the Joint Senate, JLAC, for its comprehensive reports that has highlighted a majority of pertinent issues arising from the BBI. Mr. Speaker, having said that, let me delve on the fundamental reasons as to why I and the people of Game support this bill. This bill takes a great step in addressing the underlying problems that have caused division in this republic. That is the issues of divisive elections and promotion of gender equity in governance, strengthening the structure of devolution and increasing resource allocation to our counties. Mr. Speaker, I wish to remind the members of this House that this bill before us is won by popular initiative, and therefore it's a very special amendment. Mr. Speaker, if you want to know the weights and latitude that has been placed upon this bill, we need to look at the provisions of Article 257, Clause 10. It states as follows, Mr. Speaker, sir. If either House or Parliament fails to pass this bill, the bill relates to a matter mentioned in 255(1), the proposed amendment shall be submitted to the people in referendum. What it says is, whether this House supports or opposes this bill, whether Senate supports or opposes this bill will get to the people of the Republic of Kenya. And it's up to the people of the Republic of Kenya to say yes or no in the forthcoming referendum. Mr. Speaker, this House does not have to become a House that acts in futility by opposing an amendment which the people themselves proposed and which will no doubt be passed at the referendum vote. I am aware, I've listened to many of my colleagues that are opposing this bill, and I want to tell them as I speak, many of them opposing this bill will be the beneficiaries in 2022 when the elections are called. They'll be the very people who will sit in cabinets. So I ask them to search themselves, to search their souls so that they come to the right framework, because the many people who opposed the 2010 Constitution, themselves became the benefactors of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, a number of clauses that were given in the report of JLAC, especially if you look at the clause 67 of the bill, which proposes Article 247 on the National Police Service. It sees a situation where we can harmonize certain functions within the Commission with the function of centrality of command by the Inspector of the National Police. Mr. Speaker, my heart goes out. If you had a central command, my heart goes out to one member of my constituency, Javan, who was murdered last night. If we had an efficient police system, Javan, who is a great footballer from Gombe in game, would never have died. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill because this bill will anchor the CDF and the World Development Fund in the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. And if you have a rogue governor in the county who may not want the World Development Fund, once we have mainstreamed the World Development Fund in the bill, the governor will have no opportunity to remove it. Even though what has been given to the world reps is a meager 2%, is a meager 5%, I believe that in the years to come, the generations after us will have an opportunity to build on what you have done, what we'll be doing today. Mr. Speaker, I'm also glad that clause 16 proposes to create the office of the official opposition leader, and I can see many members there are practicing that role. I'm glad that when that position is created, we'll see them occupy that position with a lot of grace. Mr. Speaker, sir, clause 28 also creates the position of Prime Minister. This will ensure that there's inclusivity in governance in this republic. Let me say this, Speaker, having looked at the total bill in totality, I think if you look at the benefits vis-a-vis the basic losses, the bill is more beneficiary to the people of the Republic of Kenya. Our generation, which we stand by here today, if we don't pass this bill, will be taken to the dustbins of.
Number 2, Mchebet.
Honorable Speaker, I stand to speak to this BBI proposal or bill. Honorable Speaker, before I add my voice, I just want to say the Deputy President is not an equation in BBI. We are not discussing the Constitution of 2010. We are discussing the Constitution of 2020 or 2021 or so. Honorable Speaker, there are some areas I support in BBI. We know the youth have been given 2 positions, 1 female, 1 male. We know PWDs, whom we serve as women reps, have been given 4 positions, 2 male and 2 female. They only wanted, Honorable Speaker, an electoral college like US and Uganda, where they can elect their own people so that they are not, they don't owe their allegiance to the nominating party. We should not take for granted the 6.5 million persons with disabilities in this nation. Honorable Speaker, I know there are 94 senators, 47 women, 47 men. Honorable Speaker, I want to speak to the women rep positions. Honorable Speaker, right now, I would not be here if I was competing with men from Nandi County. I'm just here because of affirmative action. Honorable Speaker, we are given $2 billion per year. And the $2 billion will take care of PWDs, persons with disabilities, women, and youth. Honorable Speaker, in Nandi County, I purchased 225 tents on hire, for hire. Honorable Speaker, the women of Nandi, in 5 days, get 3.5 million. In 10 days, they get 6.7 million. Who are going to support those women when we are taken to Senate where there are no funds? Honorable Speaker, give me time to talk. You talked. Honorable Speaker, we have been giving women cooking gases, makers. Honorable Speaker, we are cutting the environment of this country because of global warming. The women right now have less to do because we do affirmative work. I know, like me, I gave 200. I know she gave 300. Honorable Lima, who is nominated, gave 300. Honorable Speaker, global warming will not be an issue if the women reps are left here. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of cabinet ministers, the BBI says it may. The president may appoint cabinet ministers from here. May. So that will be taken to Senate. If we are in Senate and we want to be cabinet ministers, how are we going to earn as a cabinet minister? Honorable Speaker, I want to speak to the issue of youth. Honorable Speaker, BBI is saying prompt payment of money owed to the youth, 60 days. Honorable Speaker, there are quite a number of youth right now. They are owing banks billions. Some of people's children are lost because they cannot meet the obligations of the banks. Honorable Speaker, this should be done by the Cabinet Secretary right now so that our children are not lost. Honorable Speaker, they have done things for the government. They have done the roads. They have done quite a number of things in the counties, but they have not been paid. Honorable Speaker, we need something to be done to those youths of our country. Honorable Speaker, lastly, the 70% to be nominated constituencies, 70 constituencies. My submission and my prayer, let these 70 go to the women of Kenya, because we are not able to come 60 of us here. If by God's grace, we come 60 next year, 2022, it will be 16%. And the Constitution says not more than 2/3. 120 women are required to be here so that they meet the 2/3 threshold. Honorable Speaker, my prayer is the 70% should be meant for women. So 70% meant for constituencies should go for women. Why? We are going to go to courts because women cannot be 120. We cannot come 120. We don't have the resources to fight with these men. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm just saying I cannot sacrifice my job. I cannot sacrifice my seat and the seat of women of Kenya. Thank you.
Honorable Chebet, which men are you fighting with? There isn't. Honorable Kingara.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia mwanya huu, ingawaje tumengojea sana. Kwanza kabisa ni kusema mimi naunga mkono mswada huu ulio mbele yetu, kwa sababu wakati tulichaguliwa hapa bungeni, ni vizuri ni kukumbusha wabunge wenzangu, tuliangalia wale wabunge wako na idadi kubwa sana ya wafuasi, na nikakuja kupata ni wabunge 80 peke yake katika bunge hili walio na watu wengi. Na wakati tulienda hata kwa spika kujaribu vile kunaweza kuwa na usawa, ikawa ni changamoto kupata nafasi. Kwa hivyo wakati tumepata nafasi ya kuhusishwa na kusema mapendekezo yetu, mimi nimeona ni jambo la busara sana. Na ukiangalia katika mswada huu na yale marekebisho yako mbele yetu, moja muhimu isipokuwa inakuja kwa pole ni vile mswada huu unataka kuwe na uwiano wa Afrika Mashariki na hasa Afrika kwa jumla. Na nipendekeze wakati Mheshimiwa Suluhu alikuja hapa, aliongea vile tunaweza kuwa na usawa na vile tunaweza kuwa na maendeleo, lakini maendeleo hayawezi kupatikana kama hakuna uhuru na suluhu la maendeleo yale. Na jambo moja la kutafuta suluhu la maendeleo yale ni kuwa na usawa katika rasilimali ya serikali na vile vile usawa katika mambo ya kazi za mashinani, hasa maeneo bunge. Na nikinguzia Bwana Spika, ningetaka kutambua hii eneo bunge la Ruiru ambao ni mnawakilisha saa hii liko na idadi ya watu 600,000. Pale mwaka 2019 walikuwa watu 490,000, na eneo hilo Bwana Spika liko na watu wengi kuliko zaidi ya kaunti 6 zile nitataja. Lakini mapato mimi napewa kama mtu wa eneo bunge. Ukiangalia Saburu wako na watu 300,000. Ukiangalia Tana River wako na watu 300,000. Taita Taveta 340,000. Tharaka Nithi wako na 393,000. Ukiingia Lamu wako na 140,000. Lakini Ruiru na ni eneo bunge wako watu 490,000. Na mapato yale tunapewa hapa, mimi napewa pesa usawa na wale maeneo yale nimetaja, na wako na wabunge zaidi ya 3 kwenda juu. Bwana Spika, saa hii mwingine anasema nadanganya, nataka watu waende katika stakabadhi watakuta hili, na nasema mimi ni la kweli kabisa. Na mimi ningesema hivi Bwana Spika, saa hii nimesimama hapa nikichangia wale watu wanataka basari kwangu, wale wamekuja kuomba basari kwangu eneo bunge la Ruiru ni watu 90,000. 90,000 ndio wameleta fomu, wameweka hapo kwa meza. Zile pesa niko nazo ni milioni 30 peke yake, ukigawa kila mtu apate 100,000 peke yake. Bwana Spika, mimi naakilisha nani? Usawa uko wapi wa rasilimali ya serikali? Kwa hivyo ombi langu ni hata watu wengine wakumbuke watu kama sisi King'ara tunakaaje kule na hawa watu. Na haitawezekana kuwa na maendeleo mwafaka katika eneo bunge la Ruiru na maeneo mengine yaliyo na watu wengi kama hakuna usawa wa rasilimali ya serikali. Bwana Spika, lingine ningegusia huenda likaleta maendeleo mema ni kama mawaziri watatoka katika bunge. Mawaziri wakitoka katika bunge, pesa ya serikali itakuwa haiendi sana kwa sababu wengi watakuwa wamechaguliwa kutoka bunge. Lakini changamoto ni vile imeandikwa pale ati labda wanaweza. Ningeomba kama ilingekuwa lazima watoke katika bunge. Ikiwa hivyo ingekuwa hata ile uoga haingekuwa na sisi. Lingine ningegusia Bwana Spika, hata nikiongea wa ule usawa wa ABC, ukiangalia katika utaratibu na pendekezo la ABC, mbunge mmoja anatakiwa kusimamia watu 1,033. Kwa hivyo wakati nimepata suluhu ya kugawa Ruiru na vipande kama 3, ndio mimi niwache kuwakilisha watu 600,000, niwakilishe watu 1,160 ingekuwa ni sawa, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo mimi sioni kwa nini watu haoni haja ya kuunga mkono mswada huu. Vile vile, Bwana Spika, ukiangalia kama sasa watu wako wengi namna ile na rasilimali ni kidogo, mahospitali inakuwa ni duni, mashule ni duni, hata usalama katika eneo lile ni duni, pesa za barabara, Bwana Spika, ni duni, na halafu tunalalamika na sisi ndio tumekataa kuweka mikakati mwafaka yale yataweza kuleta uwiano katika maendeleo ya eneo. Bwana Spika, inaweza kuwa labda wawili watatu walisema jambo la kusita, jambo la kuumiza, lakini tuangalie mbali tuone ni wapi mwananchi atapata haki yake. Bwana Spika, katika utaratibu ule kuna jambo lingine la maana sana, kule kwa kupeleka pesa zaidi katika serikali zetu gatuzi. Na kama pesa itaenda mashinani, Bwana Spika, yale nimesema yataambatana na maendeleo na rasilimali itafikia mwanakenya wote, na usawa na uwiano utapatikana katika maendeleo. Na vile vile kuna pale kumenguziwa kuangalia maneno ya jinsia ambao akina mama wetu hawata.
What is out of order?
They are wasting time.
Give her the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but I was kindly requesting the consultation. It was too loud here. Thank you.
Yes, especially
you want to listen.
Honorable, the two, Honorable Rosa and Honorable Member for Migori. Now, Honorable Kingara, please proceed.
Bwana Spika, kwa unyenyekevu muda umekuliwa kidogo, tafadhali dakika 2 niweze kutamatisha.
Now you have a remainder of 1 minute.
Kabla sijatamatisha, Bwana Spika, na asante sana, niseme mambo ya jinsia ni ya maana sana. Na wakati kutakuwa na usawa katika utekelezaji wa mambo hasa ya kiserikali, hilo mimi naunga mkono. Kwa hivyo katiba hii wakati imesema tukumbuke akina mama wetu au jinsia hiyo, mimi naunga mkono hayo, na hayo ni maneno yataleta maendeleo. Bwana Spika, hata kama katiba huenda isiwe 100%, kama imefika 90% au 70%, kwa nini tusiunge mkono? Mimi naunga mkono. Asante Bwana Spika.
Honorable Kimani, but before you speak, honorable members, let me advise you, because some members are leaving the chamber, and I do appreciate members have been here from morning. And it will only be fair, those who have been here from morning, when we come back in the afternoon, they get the slots first. Let me advise you, when you are getting out, don't log out. Leave your card logged in, so that those who are top will be top in the afternoon. Because I do appreciate the patience members have had on this one.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, just like the leader of majority, the people's leader of majority said, I also rise to defend the Constitution of 2010 as I saw in 2013 and in 2017 to defend and protect the Constitution of the Republic. Honorable Speaker, this BBI process is a culmination of the handshake and the BBI task force work, Honorable Speaker, started in 2018 by the two presidential candidates who were there in 2017. Honorable Speaker, I must be quick to mention that this document to me is a poisoned chalice anchored on treachery and loaded with deception, Honorable Speaker. It is a very deceptive document, Honorable Speaker, right from the onset, because it is billed as a popular initiative. And in the strict definition of what is a popular initiative, Honorable Speaker, it depicts that it is people-led, it is a process done by the people, for the people, in the interest and for the benefit of the people. But Honorable Speaker, guided by what the Honorable Speaker guided this House, that indeed he finds it to be a popular initiative, may I be quick to point out that it is indeed a popular initiative by the political class in this country. It is a popular initiative by the political class for the benefit and for the interest of only the political class. Honorable Speaker,
In defense of the 2010 Constitution, this document closed back on the gains that we enacted with the 2010 Constitution. From a point where, Honorable Speaker, that members in this House and this Assembly can vet cabinet secretaries, we are now clawing back on those powers and taking the powers away from ourselves to give unfettered powers to the President to appoint cabinet secretaries and principal secretaries without vetting. Honorable Speaker, we are taking away powers from constitutional commissions that we created. The commission, the National Police Service Commission, Honorable Speaker, and giving powers to an IG, an individual, Honorable Speaker. No wonder, Honorable Speaker, there is already steps to abuse powers by the IG and officers under his watch. Honorable Speaker, we are taking powers from the Judicial Service Commission, Honorable Speaker, and giving these powers to an ombudsman. We are also clawing back on the independence of the judiciary, as many people have said, and I'm trying not to repeat a lot of the things that have been said, Honorable Speaker, that we are taking away powers from the JSC, Honorable Speaker, a JSC that previously or currently sets up a tribunal to listen to issues that touch on judicial officers, and giving the JSC unfettered powers to even discipline judicial officers. If there is a clearer way of clawing back on the independence of the judiciary, Honorable Speaker, it is through such measures where the JSC, as it is constituted today, Honorable Speaker, it is heavily loaded with people leaning towards the executive, giving powers then to this JSC to punish judicial officers, Honorable Speaker. You are simply saying that judicial officers in this country, at the passage of this constitution, and God forbid that it passes with the people, judicial officers will be punished indirectly by the executive using their stooges in the JSC. Honorable Speaker, why I say this document is loaded with deception, Honorable Speaker. Look at what we are promising our youth. Not just youth commissions, that we will waive, BBI will waive taxes to our youth. I want to speak to the Kenyan youth today, Honorable Speaker. I wonder how many Kenyan youth, the ordinary Kenyan Wanjiku, the ordinary Kenyan hustler youth, have companies that will benefit from the tax waivers. If we intend to waive taxes to our youth, we only need to do it next week or the week after with the finance bill before this House. I want to tell the Kenyan youth, the deception that we will be confronted with is that we will tell you we will waive taxes for your companies. The companies will be waiving taxes for, Honorable Speaker, are the companies that you saw in the COVID billionaire scandal. Companies that were registered 1 month, the following month, they are getting tenders worth billions. But you know the youth who own those companies, where they belong to, which families they come from, Honorable Speaker. Those are the ones you create tax incentives for. If we want to give our youth tax waivers, let us do it next week with the finance bill. But the truth is that we will be loading our Kenyan youth, their mothers, their fathers, their children, their grandfathers and grandmothers with heavy taxes with the finance bill that is coming before this House. That will be the truth, not the deception that is in BBI. We are deceiving Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, that we can only delimit constituencies by amending this constitution. Whereas we know clearly we can delimit constituencies through IBC without amending a single article of this constitution, Honorable Speaker. The Holy Book, in the book of Mark, chapter 8, verse 36, Honorable Speaker, asks me, what shall you profit from if you gain the whole world and lose your soul? I sit here and I stand here as a member of parliament coming from Kiambu that is benefiting from 6 constituencies under this amendment. But asking myself, what shall I profit with if I lose the soul and heart of the country, our unity, because Kiambu is getting 6 constituencies, or because my neighbors Nairobi are getting so many constituencies? We will lose the soul of this country, which is our unity, Honorable Speaker, because of the deception that is in this bill. Honorable Speaker, we are deceiving ourselves and deceiving the country. That is only through BBI that Honorable Kingara from Ruiru here will be able to get additional money at his constituency level. Honorable Speaker, it is common sense, it is simple standard 1 arithmetics that if the base of our CDF is not changing, Honorable Speaker, with 36 billion divided by 290 constituencies, if you divide by 360 constituencies, the base goes lower, you get less money. Honorable Kingara will give less money to his people in Ruiru, and so will you in your constituency. The deception in this document, Honorable Speaker, I can only ask the people of Kenya, you may not have the guns, you may not have the bullets to stop these people from further enslaving you, but you have your ballots. Stop them at the ballot. Here, we will be bought, we will be bribed, they will intimidate, they will coerce. Let them not coerce and intimidate you at the ballot. The people of Kenya, rescue yourselves, stop them from further enslaving you.
Honorable Buyu. And Honorable Kali, I have noted your issue. Honorable Kali, I have noted your issue. We now have Honorable Akinyi.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. And from the onset, I'd like to say that I fully support the Constitutional Amendment Bill of 2020. Mr. Speaker, I stand here as the woman representative of Kisumu County, one of the areas of this country that was highest hit or bore the biggest brunt of any election violence. Mr. Speaker, it is in Kisumu County where we had young people lose their lives senselessly. Mr. Speaker, Kisumu County bears the brunt of having children being killed, innocent children killed, while their mothers are holding them. Mr. Speaker, I speak to the baby, the child, baby Pendo, who was senselessly killed while the mother was holding her just because of election violence. Mr. Speaker, I also stand to speak as a woman, because during election violence, it is the women who also bear the brunt of the violence during elections. Mr. Speaker, we've heard of women being physically abused during election violence. We've heard of women being raped. Mr. Speaker, we have women who've had to bury their loved ones, their loved children, because they've been senselessly killed. So as I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, I speak for my constituents and I speak for the women folk at large. Mr. Speaker, my mind goes back to the words of the Majority Leader when he presented the bill to the House. Mr. Speaker, the Majority Leader said that when you think of BBI, think of peace, think of unity, think of security. And given those three adjectives, Mr. Speaker, I fully support BBI, considering that what Kisumu County is looking for is unity, is peace, is security, so that never again will we have to lose lives. Mr. Speaker, unmet expectations, heightened by the policy or our election policy, where the winner takes it all, is what creates violence after every election. Mr. Speaker, we clearly saw after 2013 election, where 2 regions stood to be eating meat, as 42 other regions or other tribes watched them in hunger. Mr. Speaker, this is what BBI is trying to solve. BBI is bringing in inclusivity through the expanded executive, so that we don't have only 2 tribes eating, as 42 tribes are hungry and watching and drooling. This is being cured by BBI. Honorable Speaker, what BBI seeks to do is to encourage that more regions will be included in the expanded executive. Because when more regions are included, Mr. Speaker, more regions get ownership of the governance of this country. And as such, we will not have a situation where some people are eating as others are drooling over their meat. Mr. Speaker, I know that people have said, or some people have actually come up to say, that when we are creating jobs through expanded executive. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that the people who are going to occupy those positions are people who will have already been elected and will be members of this House. So what will be enhanced is extra responsibility and not new people occupying new positions. Honorable Speaker, my mind goes back to the words of President Obama, the former president of USA, when he last visited Kenya. Mr. Speaker, he actually quipped that you cannot have a good governance, or you cannot have a country where only half of the players are participating. Honorable Speaker, we know that in this country, women make up 52% of our Kenyan population. But we know that in most of the political leadership or decision-making positions, women have been left behind. And BBI comes to solve this issue. Honorable Speaker, BBI creates a 50...
Order, Honorable Akinyi. I'm afraid it is 2 p.m. Now, you have a remainder of your 2.5 minutes when this resumes this afternoon. Honorable members, I do really appreciate that members have been seated here from morning. I urge you to please leave your card logged in so that those who are top remain top in the afternoon. And then I would direct the Sergeant at Arms to make sure the cards remain as they are so that then in the afternoon we are fair to members.
Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Honorable members, the time being 2 p.m., this House stands adjourned until today, Thursday, 6th May 2021 at 2:30 p.m.